Now we're recording. So, one of the things, the reason I started this, I was hoping Tim W. was going to get on because he had questions, but since I guess he's fell asleep or playing with his girlfriend, I don't know. Uh, he was bringing up issues about questions he had on surrendering the birth certificate and dealing with court cases. One, I don't know if I'm so convinced anymore about surrendering the birth certificate as Boris says, the usufruct, right? As in it's a constructive trust. It's a trust. But because as of recent, if you look up a term in Black's Law Dictionary called signed, sealed, and delivered, I mean, what is the BC? It's a negotiable instrument. And what kind of instrument? I mean, it actually fits many different titles. If you go look up Bankruptcy and Revised Article 9, Part 1 on YouTube, the Federal Judicial Center says it's a registered organization. Well, it's not only a registered organization. Could it be a debenture? A debenture is a security that is not based on any certain amount of debt. It is based on all the future earnings of that instrument. And that's where we get into taxes and the Social Security account, because it's your one unit of beneficial interest. It is a trust certificate also. So the problem is the name. And this is where everybody's problem lies. Is it you? When I say, is it you? Now, before we get too crazy in this group, because there's a lot of people that knows a lot of things, don't get off in the weeds of um, trying to throw out your version of legal terms and all of that stuff you're used to doing. I am talking to a group, 12 participants of men and women. So when I'm saying you, I'm talking to men and women. So is it you? No, it is not. That can prove it 100,000%. I can prove it. I even got it admitted that it's property of the state. A probate file's created. Well, it can't be you if that's the case, because why? It's property of the state, and the state can't own people. And a lot of them, based on that one thing alone, most all the teachings out there in this movement is basically wrong. Now, purposely to Jen, was you getting ready to say something? Well, now, how the court works, Tim W. was asking a question earlier about the courts and dealing with the BC and surrendering it. Well, think about something. And I had somebody actually tell me this because I was telling him what I thought. He said, hold up, let me question you like you're in court. He said, and it'll make sense to you. So he says, Pastor, you're on the stand. Answer my questions. I said, okay. He said, so you received your certificate of live birth? Yes. Okay. Did they sign it? Yes. Does it have a seal on it? Yes. Was it delivered to you? Yes. So that means it's signed, sealed, and delivered. Well, what happens when you get a negotiable instrument sent to you? What do? You write a receipt. What are we not doing? Writing a receipt. That's part of our learning how to handle our own commercial affairs. We're not doing that. So guess what? Vital Records sent you your certificate of live birth. You haven't done your proper receipt, which I've got a template I'm working on that. And send it to them. So the books are still open at Vital Records. They don't know if you've received it because you've not sent them back a receipt for warehouse goods. That's the form I've got. Okay. Now, if you got it authenticated, each step of the authentication process, you should do the same thing. Send them that same receipt. So that way they can close their books. That's part of the process of taking over the estate. Go back to 31 CFR 363.6. What is a minor? A minor is one who has not attained the age of 18, but a minor is also someone that has reached the age of the age of 18, but has not yet taken control of the securities in his or her minor account. So they expect you to take control of the securities, but you're not doing it. We're listening to all these gurus teach us methods or processes, right?
Yep.
You've heard the phrase, principles in law are few and never changing. Methods are many and are fluid. What do we call methods? We call them processes. The people are quick to learn a process and slow to learn the principles. If you learn the principles, you can bypass the methods and even develop your own. That's why I don't do templates for people. I can. I could do a template all day long. But if I don't teach you the principles behind it, am I doing you any service? No. Am I doing you any favors if you can't defend it in court? No, I'm not. And most of the gurus out there don't teach you how to defend it based on the principles. They say, pay me for my process. That's it. Somebody got something they wanted to say? Because I heard somebody unmute for a second.
You've said that all along, though, Pastor. You got to be able to stand on your square. The paper,
Exactly.
the template's not worth the paper it's written on if you don't understand the principle behind it.
That's right. Now, the courts, when they call the name, what they're doing is calling the trust. The teachings out there floating around is that they're making you the trustee. No, they're not. They're not making you the trustee. They're charging you as a trustee de santors. They're trying to trip you up in your own words to where you're making decisions for the trust that you don't have the right to make. That's why you need to look up trustee de Santort. You're not the trustee. You can never be the trustee. You're not the grantor. You're not the trustee. There's only two other offices you can potentially fill. But remember, he who makes the claim has the burden of proof. You say you're the beneficiary. Where's your evidence? Because I can prove to you by operation of law that you're not the beneficiary. You're the registered agent. I don't have a problem being the registered agent, because one of the things I'm working on is getting my paperwork together to let the trustees know they owe me back pay. And for my continued services, this is my salary. And let the trustees do their job. Let them vote on it. Let them decide what to do with the trust. Respect their position. So now back to the court. Part of handling your commercial affairs is knowing which side of the court you're on. The charge or the case, the presentment, is a negotiable instrument. It's on the public side. Everybody's pretty positive they're converting it, because you've been listening to me or other people out there talking about it, that they're bonding the case on the backside. The backside of it is the private side. Public and private don't mix. So when you're listening to all these gurus out there saying, file this and this and this into the case, be it an affidavit, one, just because you put stuff on a piece of paper doesn't make it an affidavit. An affidavit has to be backed up with each claim backed up by evidence, for one. And if you're not the petitioner, the only way you file an affidavit is if you're going to sue under a counterclaim or a cross claim. You try to file a counterclaim into the court against the instrument, okay? And watch what the judge does. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, why not? It's in the rules of civil procedure. I can do that. They will tell you so many times you can't do something because they don't expect you to know. But on the private side, the court is a bank. It has a DUNS number. It has an EIN number. It has a SEEK code, a CAGE code, all of this stuff. Now, the EIN number is the one key piece that is the hardest to get, but you have to not be willing to take no for an answer, but you don't want to give up your strategy as to why you need it. For example, I called the administrative office of the courts in my state, went through the prompts, checked out the different. Hello, my love. There's my wifey.
Hi.
I called them up and I said, I went through the prompts and I clicked on the prompt that sounded like it might be someone like on the administrative financial side or the business side of the courts. And I talked to this lady and I said, ma'am, I said, I'm really needing some assistance. I said, I need the W-9 or the EIN for this court. And she said, well, let me do some research on that. Can I call you back? And some people told me when I shared this information with them, said, do you really expect her to call you back? I said, she might not, but I don't know if I don't try. Sure enough, 30 minutes later, she called me back and she gave me the EIN. And I said, ma'am, can you email me that W-9? She says, yes, give me your email. About an hour later, after I got that, I called her back and I said, can you get me the EIN for this court? Another county. And she says, yeah, give me about 20 minutes and let me see what I can do. About 20 minutes later, she emailed me and the clerk of court for that court. And she said, I cannot find a copy of the W-9. Can you assist Pastor in getting the W-9? As in, she sent it to the court clerk too. Well, the court clerk started emailing me privately asking, why do you need it? I said, because I do. I mean, by law, if I ask for it, you're supposed to give it to me. But she said, well, we don't just share that with anyone. So why do you need it? So I finally said, well, I'm looking at registering a bond in the court and I need to do the proper reporting. And guess what? She said, okay. She sent me the W-9. You got something to say there purposely?
It's always a word game, Pastor.
It is always a word game, but you got to somewhat play naive, because when you learn how to ask the questions the right way that doesn't expose your hand, you get what you want sometimes. My wife used to fuss at me about this all the time when I was studying law back in the day, fighting in court, that I would say too much and you're exposing your hand. And we would kind of somewhat argue about it and this, that, and the other. But I look back on it, my wife was right. She was trying to help me, but during that court case, it was stressful. So I wasn't seeing it at the time. But I learned over the years how to talk to these people, treat them like your servants, learn how to ask questions. So once you start getting the information you need, then it will get you access to the backside or the private side of the court to be able to settle those debts for the estate. Or you come in as registered agent and you notify the principal. The principal are the trustees. The trustees are listed on the Social Security Administration website. Look on your Social Security card. You can prove in court you don't own the name. Now, can you take ownership? Absolutely. Now, that takes a little more work. You got to prove your age of majority. Right now, none of you pretty much has proven that you're age of majority. And there is a threefold test to prove whether or not you have reached age of majority. And right now, I only know step one. You got to write your will. Now, why is that? A male under the age of 14 and a female under the age of 12 cannot write a will. So guess what? You haven't even let the government know that you've reached the age of 12 if you're a female, or 14 if you're a male. Go back to the Jews. What do the Jews do? The bar mitzvah when their son turns 13, because the very next year when they're 14, they are now a man. Guess what? That's step one. And these are the things I'm working on. Have I completed them yet? No, I'm telling you what I'm doing. When I'm not driving like I am at work, which that's the problem with truck driving, is it takes up so much of my time. So I'm slow on doing these things. It takes time.
So if your job as a registered agent is to notify the principal, then
That's right.
And that's your job. So then
That's your job.
What about the agent's lien and so forth? Like, is that
Yeah.
have to go?
Yeah. If you can prove that what I'm saying is valid, okay. In other words, you got to study your laws in your state. Okay, because you got to remember. See, let's go back to what I said earlier. The loudest people screaming fraud, one, do not know how the Constitution works, do not know which Constitution they should be using and how they apply. Okay. Two, the 10th Amendment. Each state has rights to pass their own laws. So when you look up, for example, the content of the birth certificate that KW talks about, he goes to the Kentucky Revised Statute, KRS 213.051. Have I found most of them for every state? Absolutely. 2/3 of the states are worded identically. Ballpark figure. Every federal territory is worded identically to that. Okay. But the other approximate 1/3 of the states are not. One state, North Carolina, for example, is not worded anything like that, but it has a little key phrase in the birth certificate content thing. And I was reading it, and it took me about 4 times to read it before I caught it. At the very beginning of the North Carolina statute, it says according to the federal standards, comma, then goes into the statute. Okay. The according to the federal standards is the most important part, because what are the federal standards? Go look up the Kentucky Revised Statute 213.051. It is word for word what every federal territory has. Guam, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, DC, the federal code, they're all the same. Okay? That's the federal standards. So the reason why I say you got to research your state is look in your state codes, find your codes. The codes apply to them. If you make your arguments based on one, principles out of the Bible and the principles they lay out in their codes. If you're the registered agent holds no liability for the principle, and it will be in the code. Yes, honey, I did actually ask Shane. That was the first thing I asked him, how he was doing. See, even my wife's worried about you, Shane.
I'm alive. They're keeping me just tonight, and I should be able to go home tomorrow. So.
Yeah, we are actually glad you're doing better. We are.
I appreciate it, guys. I really do. This really came out of the blue.
Did you actually have a heart attack, or was it?
Oh yeah. I had 3 actually. At my first one Tuesday, I had a minor one Wednesday afternoon about 4 o'clock, and then had one about 4 a.m. That ended up causing me to have a stent put in on Thursday.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you're doing better.
I'm a stubborn guy. All I can say is Widowmaker.
We know you are.
Well, I haven't got down to the bottom of this yet, man. I can't go anywhere until I fix this.
Well, at least now you have more time on your hand.
There's talking about 4 weeks. I don't know, man. Are you going to get tired of me in 4 weeks?
I don't get tired of nobody.
Just don't let it make you bitter, because after my dad had his heart attack, he changed a lot.
Yeah, because we've been working all our life. It's hard to stop.
Yeah, I know. I'm 500 miles an hour everywhere I go, and I'm telling you, just laying in this bed is killing me. But I know what it's going to take to get back on my feet. So.
Yeah. So now finding your registered agent codes is important. Studying the laws of agency is important. Also, look up the officers in what the officers and agents of the corporations. There's 2 different codes that are important. The officers and agents code. I don't have them in front of me to tell you word for word an example right now, but it will tell you that the officers and agents don't hold liability for the principal either. This all goes under the law of agency. Okay. So the name, the reason the people are having such a hard time over the name issue is because why? You love your mother. Your mother gave you this name. But yet you got to understand firsthand knowledge. You got to understand hearsay. Do you have firsthand knowledge that it's your name? No, you don't. Yes, you know your mother wouldn't lie to you, but you don't even have firsthand knowledge she's your mother. You believe she's your mother because she raised you, and that's hearsay. You were born, but does any of us remember our birth? Not a single one of us. So guess what?
Our whole life's a presumption.
It's a presumption. Everything I see nowadays, I see people making, they're making claims with no evidence because they're not analyzing it from, do I have firsthand knowledge of this? Do I have hearsay? Or do I have documentation? Just like the whole thing of people out there teaching, well, you're a U.S. citizen because you're using a social security number to receive benefits and privileges. I'm sorry. If I just say your name is John Henry Doe and I create a trust named John Henry Doe, is that trust you? No, it's not you. It's a piece of paper. It's its own entity. It's not a man or woman, but they need you when they call the name to say here, because why? You're already pleading guilty to the name.
I say that's what gets me so upset. Everybody's doing the affidavit of repudiation. Why? Why is that? Why is that so big?
David Strait and Anna Von Reitz both, the reason they're so big, honestly, my personal opinion, is their agents. They get the most traffic because the government tries to definitely wants this information out there. The the faster your community grows, the more chance you have. Look, you can't be naive to you got to know in every one of these groups there's always a potential for there to be an agent. Don't you think the government watches their sovereign citizen groups?
Well, yeah, it's 2 million strong. Of course they are, but I just don't see how so many people would get sucked into it like that. I mean, why?
The reason
Affidavit, you have to have facts. Everybody should know that.
Well, but people tend to think what I write based on my belief is a fact. They don't know how to make it a fact. You see what I'm saying?
The bullshit. Yeah.
I mean, look what I did. I showed you. You did a video on it. I did a FOIA request with the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Office. Why? One, they're part of Homeland Security, and two, ain't they supposed to keep the records of all the U.S. citizens? What did I do? I asked for records. They said there was none. Guess what I just produced? Evidence.
Yeah, proof.
So when I say I am not a U.S. citizen, see Exhibit A, I just put something in the record that would be considered evidence. I'm not saying an affidavit is wrong, but it has certain times to do it, and there are certain things that have to be done. And people have to stop thinking with emotions and look at things critically. And the reason why those groups are some of the fastest growing groups, like you asked, Shane, is this: the ignorant falls for the traps because why? They're not going behind the people and doing their own research to find out if it's true. They know they don't understand the system. They know they don't read the law. They know they're not reading court cases and studying this stuff. So someone with knowledge, me for example, gets on here, tells you things that in your mind sounds good, and what do? You don't know any better.
Blindly follow.
You blindly follow. That's the reason why I'm different. That's the reason Fearless Floyd's different. That's why JW, he's in here. Say hi, JW. He's different. That's why Jesse's different. JW and Jesse don't always agree with me, and I don't mind that. But the one thing we all do is we show you where we get our information from, because you have to be able to, as they say, stand on your square. Because all roads lead to Rome. Remember that statement? All roads lead to Rome. What is Rome today? The courts. Not the executive branch, not the legislative branch. It's the judicial branch. You don't go to the executive branch unless you are, for example, swearing out a some kind of certain paperwork. Like, all administrative agencies are under the executive branch. Okay? You don't go to the legislative branch unless you're trying to propose a law. But all roads lead to Rome. Rome is the courts, because that's where you're going to stand. Yeah, and we have, as much as I really liked Fearless Floyd's video he posted on his channel today.
Oh, I
where,
loved it. I loved it.
Where it says unguru your life. Well, that's the one thing I can say that idiot lady said is right. You can throw a rock and hit a teacher, and 90% of them don't know what they're doing. They're taking other experts' information, running with it like it's their own, and getting the people to believe that they know what they're doing. And then what happens? They get trapped. They get railroaded by the system, because the system looks for templates. I heard somebody say this one time, that you do a template, the chances are they've already scanned that template in the court record somewhere. It's went into their database. And when you do the same template, guess what happens? They already know it's a template. The question is do you know what you're doing? The average person doesn't know what they're doing. That's the reason why templates ain't necessarily working, because you're too busy listening to the methods instead of the principles. Shane, you're a Mason. What does the Masons teach y'all? Principles.
Yep.
This whole system, people can hate the Masons all day long. Some Masons are good. In every system, there is good and there's bad. You can't have one without the other. You have the yin and the yang. You have the masculine and the feminine. You want to see how much a man has his mangina all wet and juicy? when he's acting on his emotions. He's done got his feminine side has took over. That's how God designed it. Women are emotional. They are our emotional side to keep us men in check. But we're not to operate on emotion. When we start operating on the emotion, guess what happens? You're taking her spot. She's supposed to complete you. Let her do her thing. Quit trying to be her. Yeah, but that, but this is hurt. This is so painful. It's an emotion. Get your emotions under control. Because the masculine side is the warrior side. It's where you can critically think, deal with logic, and start developing the stuff you need to do to win. And it's
No,
not
truer words
difficult.
have ever been spoken, sir.
Well, I appreciate it. It really does. It means a lot when y'all say that. I don't seek it. I don't really care to get it because it's kind of like I don't see myself as anything special. I'm just a country boy at heart that God give me a gift. So I can't shut up about it. Because why? I see the hurt everybody goes through. But I see the teachers out there as part of the problem.
That's why I like what Fearless Floyd did today. I just wish more would have responded.
I was so disappointed that not a single one of them actually wanted to come and defend their position.
My question is, what could they have defended? Honestly, I mean, Floyd pointed it out early on, and I think anybody with any, just take time to think about it would have realized what point he didn't really have to prove. It was sitting there in front of us the whole time.
Man, so what? There was a split in that community. So what? One person says he does it this way, and this group says we do it this way. So what? That's ego. That's emotions. This is why Rice TV concentrates mostly on crypto, but Rice TV used, some people may disagree, some of the teachers in the law community to boost his traffic to build his channel. But one of the things he always said is, why can't these teachers work together? Because no one man knows all the law. We all know bits and pieces. If you are so stuck on your way is the only way and you shut everybody else out, you might miss the truth. Now, I've been going on and I've brought up a bunch of issues. Does anybody have questions?
Hi, Pastor. This is Dee. I had put the message in the box about trying to find the cuspid numbers, and you said you'd talked a
Yes,
little bit
yes,
about
yes,
that.
yes. The QSIP number, the reason why I say that fidelity video is false information. If it was true, it should work for everybody, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
because it don't work for me.
It don't work for me either. I have seen every possible way these people put out videos saying this is how you do it on Fidelity. And I'm going to tell you now, it don't work. And you now go back to what I said earlier. You got to look at it logically. Me and my wife sat down and I walked through what, honey, what is that guy's name that I got the emails? Tipton. Brad Tipton, that's his name. He was one of the biggest people pushing the Fidelity because he used to work for Wells Fargo. This is
Yes.
how he did it. And I sat down and I did it exactly like he said do it. One, I got nothing when it come to mine. Looked up my daughters. Okay, got a little something. Okay, found a ticker symbol. Pull the ticker symbol. What do you see? You
Nothing.
don't. You see nothing with the strawman name. The only real way to get the CUSIPs is you have to get a broker in your back pocket. They have to have one of those terminals like Bloomberg.
Yep, and they'll get kicked out of the boys club if they do that now.
Not always.
Not yeah. I agree.
Some know. My father does installation work, right? Yeah, and Shane knows my dad. And my dad has ran into some interesting people. He ran into a investment banker for First Citizens Bank that works in the back office. Okay. And the back office is the private side of the bank. That's the side where they trade all these promissory notes, securities. They're back there selling and trading them all day long. Okay. So me and my dad have done the secured party creditor process, and my dad keeps his paperwork with him, and he talks to people in their homes when he's doing an installation. And he talked to this investment banker. This investment banker knew about the bonds at the Treasury in Puerto Rico. And he said, yeah, they're trading bonds at Puerto Rico at that time. This was probably 2-3 years ago. At that time, they said, yeah, they're trading like 10%. But he knew nothing about the birth certificate. He knew nothing about some of this other stuff. When you approach brokers, if you decide to approach them to do it, you're going to have those that don't know, are naive. You're going to have those that do know and won't help you. And then you do enough searching, you may find one in the middle that knows enough that might be willing to help you at a price. And that's the number one problem right there, is that I see in this community. No offense, don't take this the wrong way to those that are listening now. There is this problem in the community of thinking everything should be free. No, everything should not be free. Your time is valuable. My time is valuable. We all have to make a living. Don't be afraid to spend money when you can. Okay? But spend it right. Don't just blindly give it to people until you've verified them, so for lack of better terms. Like, look, Yusuf El, I endorse Yusuf El. I spent somewhere close to $1,500 buying almost all his webinars. That was back when he had the webinars, before he did the secured party, but before he did SPC University. And I tell people, if you can afford $100 a month, go do it. You're going to learn a lot. It's a college level class. Do I agree with everything now? Do I think you need to become a secured party creditor? Not necessarily. It has its place. What path do you want to take? What is your goals? Then it may suit you to do it. I got a friend, David Roach, up in Indiana, has done none of that, has no plates on his car, no registration on his car, no driver's license. He don't care to do any of that stuff. He just lives in a private. Has he been to court? Yeah, 72 times. How many times has he beat the state? 70. First 2 cases he lost because he didn't know enough. They leave him alone now. They said it's not worth their time. And he still treated them with respect. He'd take the sheriff. He'd go down to the bar. The sheriff would be there. He'd buy him a beer or buy him a drink or buy him a coffee. And they looked at him one day and said, "Why do you treat us like this? We've treated you this way." He said, "Look, you're just doing your job. We're all trying to figure this stuff out." And guess what? He got their respect. They don't even mess with him no more. See, we're dealing with other people, and we lose sight just because they have a government title. We lose sight. They're still people. Don't be disrespectful. Don't look at them. Is there corruption? Yes. There's good old boy clubs. The individual may be corrupt. The system itself is not. The system itself is working according to the Constitution. You just don't realize that. So, D, I know I went on a tangent and got off subject, but did that kind of answer your question?
It did, and I think I already thought that was the case from what I've seen already and read up on. I guess it's just with all the information that comes in, you get confused and drowned basically with all the information, and you're trying to sort through everything on what's the right path.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what my personal opinion is on how they did it. I already know for a fact what the court's doing. Okay? And I think it's no different than a mortgage-backed security. A mortgage-backed security, what do? They bundle, I don't know the amount of mortgages, maybe 20, maybe 100. I don't know. They bundle them into an investment security. The investors become the beneficiaries. Okay? Now, my theory, based on my knowledge, and it's just a theory because I can't 100% prove it, is when you find a CUSIP number for a security that happens to be attached to your quote unquote name, all of that security is not yours. It is bundled with other people's. Only a portion of it is quote unquote yours. See what I'm saying?
I do. It's just, I guess, trying to get down to which part's yours and how to go about it.
Isn't that the
Not the
job
job
of
of
the
the
recorder?
Now, somebody had a question?
I'm sorry, but isn't that the job of the recorder? Basically, let's just say you're in bankruptcy personally, and then you're going through. That's the job of the recorder in that session, to go through all those and try to figure out what's what, so to speak, in that bundle.
No, that's where the broker has to be able to go in there and get the breakdown of that security to see. You see what I'm saying?
Isn't the CUSIP number like a algorithm?
No. The CUSIP number the CUSIP number is the number that is used to track securities. That's the main number that the SEC and all these investment institutions use to track the security. One, to see how well it's doing, and two, who all has possessed it.
On the that utility, that GME utility,
I don't agree with Fearless Floyd on this, and we have never delved deep into this. Okay. I saw his video. I see his points, but I see that as circumstantial evidence. He believes it to be proof. But again, you have to look at it from an objective mind. As in, yeah, he did show the birth certificate, the prison bond, and the social, supposedly, and that the dates all corresponded. But to me, that's circumstantial evidence, because the real key is, did it tie to the straw man name? And that, until you can show that, you really don't have proof. So the way I see the GMEI utility is this. I used to believe that stuff. I would type in my social without dashes. And then one day I got to really critically looking at it. I said, what am I actually seeing? And you're pulling from a database where those three numbers, it is three individual numbers. So in the database, you're finding titles of things that contain one of those three numbers in its title. That does not prove it's the social. See what I'm saying?
I understand.
Mm-hmm. So now, anybody else got any questions? Everything is in tranche. What do you mean? What you mean, Snowman? Clarify that statement, please. Now, when you start looking at things from a critical standpoint like that, and you start learning how to put evidence on the record, evidence into court, look at everything from that way, it actually also gives you the ability to go toe to toe in the courts, because now, because everything then becomes, what do you call it? You start seeing through the lies of the DA. You can start properly objecting and arguing from that point. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because doesn't the prosecutor have to bring a checkbook anyway, just in case they lose?
His bar card is the bond to bond his side of the case, is my understanding. Never had a bar card, don't know. But that's just what I've been told. not by attorneys, but by people in the system that understand it. And there's a book we call The Clerk's Praxis. I don't have the actual name in front of me, but it's the I might not quote it 100% right, but it's the practice and jurisdiction of the courts in admiralty or something like that, right? This book was written in 1809. And I've shared that book with people, some people that claim to be experts. And I would say, look, you do not understand the system. You need to read this book. But one of the things the book talked about, and it was written by an attorney in 1809. And one of the things he said was back then there was a war going on between the admiralty and the common law. The common law won back then because why? The people knew their rights and knew the law. Nowadays, the people don't know their rights nor the law. And they listen to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that don't know crap, like David Straight, Anna von Reitz. I can't even name them all. Good night, sweetheart. I love you, baby. I hope you sleep well.
Good night.
They know something.
Yeah, my wife just texted me good night. She didn't want to interrupt people. I like it when my wife joins. She doesn't always get into this stuff, but sometimes she will sit back and listen. So, now what was you saying, LC?
They know what not to say.
As in who?
Well, I'm not sure what the topic is because I kind of came in late. So,
well, at first, what I was talking about is actually how the courts work and the birth certificate and the quote unquote straw man. I use the word straw man amongst us because the average person knows what I'm talking about. I would never use it in court, even though it's a legal term. Because I look at it like this: I will not discuss with the court what I know they're not going to admit. And the problem is most of the people out there are trying to push narratives in the system that they should realize the courts are not going to admit it in the public. Public and private do not mix. You know the reason why I can tell you that the government has a private side and a public side? I purchased the statutes at large in book form. Every session of Congress has 2 volumes. Volume 1 is all your public laws. Volume 2 is all your resolutions, treaties, and private laws. Congress respects the private side. The government has said over and over they will never trespass on private rights. The problem is the people continually ask for government to contract with them. The people have forgotten how to be men and women, and they are infants.
I think that men and women of this country did not learn how to execute properly and know the distinction between a negotiable instrument and a non-negotiable instrument. Can you enlighten us on that?
Without pulling up Westlaw and actually, as they say, breaking it down, a non-negotiable instrument it's still a quote-unquote negotiable instrument. It is still something to be used in the monetary system.
Would you consider, I'm going to ask you a question, would you consider it a gift? Forgive my abruptness.
What? A gift what?
The non-negotiable instrument, would you consider a gift?
Depends on how it's given.
It has to be.
Not
Because
necessarily.
Oh, absolutely. It's written right in their codes.
Not necessarily, because I can show you in the
So can I.
securities law and in their forms a promissory note, for example. You can actually have a non-negotiable promissory note. That doesn't make it a gift. It doesn't make it not a promissory note. It's
Okay.
the terms that depends on the negotiability.
Yeah, we're talking about accord and satisfaction by negotiable by negotiable instrument. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's under the UCC.
Yeah. Well, in the UCC, on what you're talking about, and apparently upon closer inspection, there is a note, which is a promise, and I think it's a draft if it's an order. I think it's in D in 1403 or 304, whatever the definitions for that are.
Yeah,
but there's more to it than that.
Yes, you need to go further than that because one, have you read the congressional record of March 9th, 1933?
What, and with regards to the bankruptcy?
If you want to understand the monetary system and how it works today, you have to look at what they did and the intent of Congress.
They gave us a way on both sides of that Federal Reserve note to do it.
Actually, no, the Federal Reserve note is only one item.
The Federal Reserve note has two capacities.
No, when you go to the store and you pull out your debit card to make a payment, are you using FRNs?
You're using an IOU.
No, you're using credits. That's all you're using. 3% of the global supply is cash. It's probably less than that now.
So what's the other? So what is the banks holding as something I think called vault cash? What are they holding as vault cash to cover somebody that wants to come in and close their account? Because they've already hypothecated 90% of they only have to hold on to 10%.
No, they only have, they can actually do 10 to 1. They only hold deposits, and they can't, by law, actually loan deposits. Well, now,
okay.
It's actually via money of accounts. Yeah, they took away the money of exchange. Somebody sent me a message. When they done away with the gold and silver, they actually done away with the money of exchange, and they made it all money of accounts. The reason I'm telling you that they're doing credits is, have you read and researched Title 31 and Title 12?
31 is beautiful, and
Hold on. You didn't let me finish.
Sure.
Of the Code of Federal Regulations. I was not saying the U.S. Code.
Title 31 of the Code of Federal Regulations.
Yes.
Well,
everybody knows pretty much.
You were just talking about birth certificates, right?
Right. No, what I'm talking about is everybody knows about 31 CFR 363.6. What is a minor? Okay. In this system, you can basically break it down to two items that is the basis for our entire monetary systems. And you can base it on the UCC. Anything with a maturity date of less than 9 months is a promissory note, and anything greater than 9 months is a security.
Man, that's straightforward, right?
Yeah, but under those two titles is where the minutia is at. I actually got a list
What
of
happens
securities
what happens if
that would blow your mind.
it states right inside of the UCC about this negotiable instrument? It tells you that see, I didn't see it till I kind of read over it like several times. Okay, and it didn't really occur to me what they were saying until I understood or comprehended better still the language that was being used. Okay, it's banking language.
Yeah, it's all banking language. Yeah.
Okay.
Bank.
So
What do you think the Trading with the Enemy Act is? It's an amendment to the Federal Reserve Act. It's a banking act.
it's really the bottom line is that the American people, if you will, need to or deserve rather a lesson in civics. Okay, and
Why do you think they took it out of school?
I understand that. I hear you on that. They did. So in that 3104, whatever I told you that thing, I just want to read something to you and ask you what does it mean to you. Okay.
Now let me ask you this first.
Yes.
Are you specifically talking about the birth certificate?
I'm specifically talking about a non-negotiable instrument. That's what I'm specifically talking about. And
yes, I know that was your question.
Yes.
Okay. But what I'm asking is, in relation to what?
In relation to every commercial transaction that a man would do. Everything.
But everything is not non-negotiable.
Oh, but you know what? Non-negotiable is the only medium by which we can reduce to debt, a national debt. The only medium. Because a non-negotiable instrument cannot be hypothecated, can be put, it's what it is.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
And it is a gift. And the reason why we overlooked it, because they don't have all the information that you need in one place. One there, I'm sure, is aware of that. Because you're asking me to go to the Library of Congress and everything, and you know, we don't belong in that artificial matrix that we're talking about. Okay. A flesh and blood man or woman does not have any business in that artificial matrix unless it has a secured individual that it can operate in that artificial matrix. If it's going around with a leased name, impersonating a U.S. citizen, it's considered an enemy of the state.
Yeah, but you're just making an assumption with no evidence right there.
An assumption.
Yeah.
Actually, but how I think about it. That's how I articulate this all good. You want to call it a presumption? I accept that. Not a problem. I'm not hung up on that. I'm even okay with being wrong about that. What I'm trying to express to you and staying focused on a non-negotiable instrument, and what I'm using is the UCC to basically express what I think I'm hearing, and I wanted to sound it off with somebody that would be smart and kind of amendable to what I'm trying to convey, not in a adversarial type of a way or disrespectful or anything like that.
Then go ahead and read that section you're wanting to read, and then tell me what it's in relation to. Because I'm going to address one thing right quick. When you say we shouldn't do business with the fiction, I disagree.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's the way I understood it.
Okay, no worries.
A lot of the people in the movement, that's the basics of what they say. I should never have to do business with the fiction. I should always be in the private. And I tell people, I say, hold up. Who instituted governments?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you
I
going to
get
fight
it.
God or nature?
Well, you can.
You can't.
It's futile.
You're going to get a bad result. If you don't believe in God, fine, then you're fighting against nature. If you believe in God, God instituted government to punish the wicked. The problem is most of the people today are wicked and they don't see it.
Hmm. Very possible. So I was talking the other day on another group about a promissory note. Okay, a promissory note could be both negotiable, like a check, and it also could be non-negotiable. Okay, the dollar bill that we have, the Federal Reserve note dollar bill, it says that it's good for both, for debt, for both, debt, public and private.
Mm-hmm.
We're only addressing the public side of the debt. We're not addressing the private side of the debt, according to what I'm reading.
Okay.
All right. So apparently, the private side of the ledger, if you will, is conducted through lawful money, which would be a note, because it's a promise, and the promise is 12 USC 411 and 31 USC 3113. There's two different statements in there that are supposed to be conspicuous statements. So in the definition, it reads, a promise or an order other than a check is not, there's that word not always confuses everybody. It's not an instrument, because an instrument means that it's negotiable. So what does it not being an instrument means? It means that it's non-negotiable.
Let's address something you said.
Sure.
Okay. 12 USC 411. Eon recently went over this on on the Redress Right channel. 12411 does not apply the way you believe. Okay.
What do you mean does not apply? What's the 411?
Hold on. When you say Federal Reserve notes and then you go and try to say something else is lawful money, again, you haven't read the congressional record of March 9th, 1933 and the intent of Congress. There is actually multiple forms of lawful money. Federal Reserve notes are one of those.
So are non-negotiable.
Non-negotiable instruments, yes. It even listed, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't have it in front of me, demand notes are listed. Bills of exchange are listed.
Okay.
Federal Reserve notes. Go read 18 USC 8. They're all obligations of the United States.
So the rest of the code reads like this: it's not an instrument if at the time it is issued or first comes into the possession of a holder, it contains a conspicuous statement, however expressed, to the effect that the promise or order is not negotiable or is not an instrument governed by this title. Everybody thinks that they have to put not negotiable on the instrument for that to apply, and that's not what it is.
Mr. Smith, do you want to unmute yourself and actually go ahead and handle this? I will let you step in because I'd like to see what you know. I love hearing new people.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. LC, here's the problem with what you're saying. Okay. There's two different kinds of money. There's money of exchange and money of account. Okay. Money of account is dollars. It's something physical and tangible that you earn and deposit into your, obviously a general deposit, because we're not going to go into the private side of things, but it's the money you earn from a paycheck. You've given valuable consideration for it. Okay. This is what's called lawful money. Money of exchange is money created out of thin air via, let's say, a promissory note. You go to the bank, you say, I want to buy a house, they run your credit, and then suddenly they take this deposit, okay, and then they lend you your deposit, less the 10% down, due to the fractional reserve banking laws, okay? So it's two different kinds of money. Now, what's interesting is if you look at a contract with the bank will turn around and they'll do money of exchange and put it on your books, and they'll charge you for it. Now, you're the one who funded that. What they tell you in your contract is that you must pay back in lawful money, okay? Meaning Federal Reserve notes that you actually went and earned, basically discussing money of account, which is something that's physically in your account, something banks don't usually hold. And that's the difference. So lawful money is in fact FRNs. It's just dependent upon what is put in the account versus what is made of exchange. And I think that really sums it all up. And you can,
How do you put them on par with gold or silver?
we're not talking par. We're not talking par. Okay. Again, it is still lawful money, and I'm not here to argue. I'm telling you what the facts are. If you don't believe me, you can go
I'm
look.
not arguing with you at all.
Hang on.
I don't disagree with
Hey,
you.
hold up. If I can't finish, then I'll step out. I'm not going to sit here and talk over you, and I expect the same respect out of you.
Yes, I agree.
Go ahead.
I said I don't disagree.
One, when you bring up the fact of gold and silver, you don't realize when they took the gold and silver out of the system, they took it out in two steps. The first step was in 1933, and that was because why? They stated in the congressional record that it is no longer needed for our internal currency. They only needed gold to pay off their international debts. Okay? See, people think that they have this misconception that what Congress did was unconstitutional and illegal when they got rid of gold and silver as a form of payment. No, it wasn't unconstitutional. Article 1, Section 10 is one of the most powerful parts of the Constitution next to the Commerce Clause. Because when Anton Scalia had a discussion with the Congress or Senate one day, and the video's on YouTube, on the role of the United States Supreme Court, he said something during that conversation. Well, he said a bunch of things if people knew what he was saying. But one of the things he said is, look, we don't overturn your unconstitutional laws. We just ignore them. But the average person does not know why that is. Article 1, Section 10, he understands that the government has the unlimited right to contract just as you do. So the government set up a system to contract with the Federal Reserve. You're not even supposed to use Federal Reserve notes according to the congressional record in 1933. The Federal Reserve notes are only to be used between the banks. But guess what? The people continue to contract. Now, LC, I don't know if you've heard me say it before. If memory serves me correct, back in the day, it used to be printed on your Social Security card, not to be used for identification. And guess what? The people didn't like it. The people used it for identification because the corporations asked for it. So what did the government do? Said, okay, if that's how you want it, that's how you'll get it. They took that phrase off. They tried to warn you. They publish everything. They tell everybody how this system works. But you make a lot of wrong presumptions about the system because, one, every law that is passed is according to the Constitution, and Congress tells you their intent in the congressional record. But you don't go read that.
If I might add, the other thing too that we deal with is that, and I hear this from the patriot people a lot is, oh, well, I have a constitutional right. I have a constitutional right, blah, blah, blah. That's not your constitution. You have constitutionally protected rights. You have no constitutional.
Amen. Amen. Go ahead.
That's laughable.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith. I was just saying amen to what you said. That's all.
Well, that's just the point. We don't have constitutional rights. The people were given a Bill of Rights. The Constitution is also known as a corporate charter. And if you look back through the history books, our first contract was with the Bank of England. It was in 1791 when we gained our first constitution and became what we were. Funny thing, we defaulted. And what happened at the end of the default? The War of 1812. And we weren't going to pay them. So what ended up happening is they started, burning buildings and destroying things and attacking the people to get them back to contract.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I have a question. It may be
Okay, D, what's your question?
going back to, I think it was John that was mentioned about the two types of money, the monies of account and money of exchange. Is there a way then that you can renegotiate the money of exchange to be money of exchange for money of exchange?
You can always renegotiate a contract, and you can always say, I no longer wish to contract. It's your right to rescind any and all contracts. Look up Senator Wayne Stump, rescinded contracts, Arizona 1985.
I've never heard that one.
It's on Right to Travel. However, the way it speaks is it's showing that certain things is what actually enters you into contract. Now, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with, it's called Federal Judicial Television Network. And just like I go to school and all of you guys go to school, judges and lawyers have to go to school too and learn stuff. So what it is Federal Judicial Television Network is a panel of very, very high up judges who are interpreting the new laws as they come and discussing the laws and how they're to be implemented. And what's very fascinating is that, most people do not really understand the birth certificate or what it is. And on the Federal Judicial Television Network, they actually explain what it is. Okay. And this goes back to the 1985 Wayne Stump letter. And so what the birth certificate really is it is the public record evidencing that an organization was organized, that it exists. That is the definition of the birth certificate. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
that is actually the video, Bankruptcy and Revised Article 9, Part 1 at the 43-minute mark.
Sure. And so here's how it works. What you end up doing is your social security card is a social insurance card. Okay. Insuring you, and your birth certificate is an organization. So people think they're going down to the Department of Motor Vehicles, but what it really is that is what's called the Commerce Department. And what you're doing is you're bringing the certificate, the public document that is proof that the organization exists. Okay. And then you're handing them the social insurance card, and then you are signing up to be the registered agent, and that is what contracts you. So if you go to the Wayne Stump letter, he discusses that people are actually called freemen on the land under the organic constitution for the United States of America if they properly rescind all contracts. And that was sent out to the Department of Safety in Arizona because too many police officers were having hassles with these men called freemen on the land, where this senator was very familiar. He's a lawmaker. And so he explained to the police officer, I know about this. And if they have properly rescinded contracts, they are not bound by these rules.
Actually, I disagree with that last part, and here's why. What is the Social Security account? It's a trust account, right?
Well, yes and no. It's an insurance policy as well.
Well, it is an insurance policy, correct, but it is under a trust. Okay. If I write a trust and I name it John Smith, is that trust you?
No.
Okay, then. Do I agree with you? Because I've been saying this for months. I absolutely agree with you on the registered agent. Now, I got a video. I'll send it to you. If Felicia hasn't sent it to you, I'll send it to you. About 2 months ago, I did a presentation where I show the birth record from the hospital and I lay out what I see going on. In other words, the mother abandoned the infant. Now, after I did that video, a couple people brought some things to my attention that just kind of what I say fell in my lap. The Harvard Law Review fell in my lap on the presumption of death. And then Myron Rice said, you missed one thing at the 51-minute mark. And I said, what is that? He said, the placenta. I said, Myron, come on now. People have been saying that for years. Nobody has shown me evidence. He said, it's in
I
our
have
Michigan
evidence of
code. Hold on. I'm getting ready to tell you. He said, it's in our Michigan code. So what did I do? I opened up my Westlaw account and I did a search. Sure enough, found it in New York. The placenta and the baby are both products of conception and are considered live born. The hospital, by operation of law, can only register what's in its possession. The mother, now this is not a 100% across the board because some people do things differently, but it's a general statement. The mother abandons the placenta. The mother filled out the documents, gave them to the hospital. The hospital recorded the infant, which is the placenta, took the baby home, but never recorded the baby. So now the infant is property of the state, because in that video I play the phone recording from Vital Records where they admit it. Okay. They also admitted to the probate file, and they said, so they let you presume that it's you when it's actually the state becomes the grantor to the trust. The bank account's the treasury, the Social Security account. It's no different than if you start a business, go down to your local bank, you get a freaking card with an account number that has the name of the business. Then then the people believe they're the beneficiary with no evidence, but you're actually the registered agent.
Correct. So
now the registered agent holds no liability if the registered agent is doing their fiduciary duty properly, but you're not talking to the principal.
Correct. And that's the only job of the registered agent, is to forward all notices, service of demand, and what's that?
Service of process notice.
Service of process notice and demands to the principal. That's the only job of the registered agent. We've been doing it wrong the whole time.
Do you know the Social Security Administration admits who the trustees are?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now here's an interesting one. So I came to a lot of this conclusion after many years of study, and so I actually delivered my own children.
Not in a hospital.
at home. They didn't even have a midwife. And one of them, my wife's placenta got stuck. So I took her into the hospital. And on the delivery record, it says delivered placenta alive. That's in the medical record. And then they filed for death. Now, this struck me as odd. So I went and I looked through the codes of the state on filing a birth registration. And it says in there, in the code of the state, that the baby must be registered. And it says when you register for a live-born record, you must also file a death certificate. Must. And the
That's
parent
for the
is
placenta.
yes, and the parent is not to receive by any means the record of live birth. So
Because it falls under the child of unknown parentage.
it's a child of no, yeah, exactly, child of unknown parentage, where they
Yep.
seal the child or the record. So
Yeah,
Not your property.
correct.
So who would be the trustee and principal?
Well, if you do a search for SSA Board of Trustees, you will find a link titled Signatories to the Trustee Reports. The first trustee and managing trustee is the Secretary of the Treasury. Okay? Why? That's the bank. The second trustee is the Secretary of Labor. Now, I want you to think about it. When you go get a job and you fill out the W-2 and you put the name, you put the social, and put the address, who's the employee? D. Who's the employee?
That I wouldn't know because you're the contractor, right?
Nope. The employee is the trust.
The employees of trust.
Under the 14th Amendment, all corporations, businesses, and trusts are legal persons. Right?
Yes.
Now, what's the purpose of the address? The Office of Registered Agent for service of process. Now, the third trustee is the Secretary of Department of Health and Human Services. Why? Title IV funding for all these infants. And then the fourth trustee is the Commissioner of Social Security. Those are the four to me that matter. The other two that's on the list, they're irrelevant. Those four are what matters. Those are your top four trustees, and they
The
have
other
that
two are supposed to
position.
be private people, correct?
No, there's actually 8 spots. Now, this is my presumption. You have 2 spots that are vacant that are called public trustees. The last 2 trustees they're on the Social Security Administration. I don't know their office off the top of my head. Now, this is my presumption. Those 2 vacant spots are left blank for one reason alone. I could be wrong. It's just my theory that either I think the DA of a court case fills in for one, and either the public pretender or the judge is the other. I can't prove it. It's just my theory. Okay. But those 4 trustees, and I recently did this on a traffic ticket. I did this back in February 21st. I got a DOT inspection because I'm a truck driver. The supposed court date was March 28th. And I looked up their EIN, did the research, got their DUNS number, got their EIN. March 16th, I called the clerk and I recorded the phone call. And I said, I need to speak to the court clerk. She said, well, there's 3 of us here. I said, I need to speak to the one that manages the court to make sure everything runs properly. She said, okay, that'll be me. I said, I need to verify your EIN because I have a debt instrument. I didn't use the word ticket because what is it? It's a debt instrument. I said, I have a debt instrument here in my possession and I need to verify your EIN for tax reporting purposes. And I read the EIN and she says, well, I can't verify that's what it is. You might have to talk to Barbara down at the town hall. I said, okay, I'll get her number here in a moment. I said, my next question is this. I need to know the penal sum for this instrument. Now she lied to me. She said, well, I don't know what that is or how to get it. I said, well, maybe this will help. And I give her the instrument number. And she says, are you giving me a ticket number? I said, ma'am, if you believe that's what it is, that's on you. The way I see it is this is an instrument of value or a debt instrument, which means under Title 18 USC 8, it's an obligation of the United States. And then she asked, was I the name? And I said, ma'am, that name is owned by the United States. They're the secured party in this matter. Now, I meant to say that I am the registered agent, but I didn't. I got ahead of myself and said I was the beneficiary of that estate, and I am to notify now this is why I say I meant to say registered agent, because I said after that my duty is to notify the principal of anything that affects its interest. And she said, can you hold a moment? And I said, yes. She comes back about a minute later and said, well, that matter has been sealed and dismissed. I said, oh, really? Can you please send that signed order to the address you have on file? And she said, well, I can't just mail that to anyone. I said, okay. She said, you're going to have to verify who you are. I said, okay, ma'am, you'll have a letter in the mail next week. She got my letter the 24th and must have went, oh, crap, because she printed out the letter the same day. She printed out the order the same day she got it and had to have express mailed it because it went on the 24th was a Thursday. State, New York. It was at my house in North Carolina on Monday, the 28th. And it was sealed and dismissed.
And that's absolutely accurate. And that is how we are to operate the office of the registered agent.
See, I don't have a problem being a registered agent. Right now, I'm working on getting a letter written up, a legal letter, saying, hey, Northwest Ordinance forbids slavery because the 13th Amendment is not law. The 13th Amendment is merely public policy. The Northwest Ordinance, or the Ordinance of 1787, if I'm not mistaken, of the year, is the law. It's still in force of effect, and it forbids slavery and involuntary servitude. And said, since you did not notify me all these years that I was operating as the registered agent, you technically owe me back pay. And for my continued services, this is my annual salary. And then just let them vote on what to do with the trust from that point on. If they ask, say, well, we no longer need your services and please return the social, I will be more than happy to do that once you provide the documents I need to operate in commerce to protect my private rights.
It should be private interest, but yes.
Rights and interest. Because that's what property is. It's all rights and interest.
Correct. But interest is actually correct as far as private interest.
Yes. So, I mean, that is something I have seriously thought about doing, is sending the trustees, that's the short version of the letter, but lay out the evidence of what the BC is, the certificate of live birth, because my theory, John, is this. You're right. They do admit it's a registered organization, but that's not all it is. Have you ever looked up the word debenture?
Say it again.
Have you ever looked up the word debenture? Debenture.
No.
You should look that up.
Okay.
A debenture is a security that is not based on any value. It is based on all the future earnings of that security. Okay? And that's where we get into taxes. So I think it has a multi-purpose role. And one, it's a debenture. Two, it's a registered organization. Three, it's a trust certificate. Because why? The trust account is the social.
Well, and it's funny
And
you talk about what you're talking about right now as I jump on with you, because are you familiar with a terms of service contract?
I've seen them, but we typically never read them.
Well,
I'm familiar.
I can attest that a gentleman recently, and we know who he is through a friend, and he went to court. He was charged with multiple felonies, felony DUI, felony weapons charges, the whole 9 yards in California.
Mhm.
He was going away for a long time, and he turned in a terms of service contract at his court appearance.
Holy crap.
And he said, my rate is $50,000 retainer due upon demand. Who is compelling me to be here? Because if I'm forced to be here against my will, I have to get paid, or it's involuntary servitude. And the judge looked at the prosecutor and goes, he's compelling you to be here. And the guy looked at him and he said, you owe me a check for $50,000 right now. And then the guy walks through the bar, goes and sits down at the defendant table, and he says, I don't want to be here. And the district attorney cut him a $50,000 check. No joke. Placed it on the table. Then the guy looks at it and says, on and for the record, I've been here for 15 minutes now. You owe me another $10,000 as per the service contract. And the district attorney grabbed all his stuff and ran out of the courtroom, and the case was dismissed.
John Eric Roca down in Texas. He's in this group, okay? He actually, whenever they try to mess with him, he sends them a demand letter telling them, look, my time is valuable. Slavery and involuntary servitude is illegal. I will be more than happy to come to court at this rate, and lays out his rate. Now, anybody, if you try to do this, you got to make it a reasonable rate. You can't go in there and say $1 billion an hour. They're gonna laugh at you.
Well, this
Okay.
guy put on $50,000 retainer and $10,000 per hour, billed immediately upon the hour.
Hey, I'd like to see that letter, to be honest. I would. That is freaking awesome.
So we don't have access to his letter. He is actually he worked with a very, very private woman who he paid a lot of money for that letter. However, we are working on that letter as we speak, the terms of service contract.
I got some nice templates for you on Westlaw I could send you.
We're doing our own free form, and we're just simply using contract law. Because the problem is all the statutes and everything else that they use, okay, is theirs. It's private and it's copyrighted. You cannot use it.
Yeah.
If you do, you're stepping into their jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So we're working very hard, and we've been doing a lot of things and having a lot of success over the last 4 years now.
Now, let me ask you something. Felicia told me that you and your buddy have a certain specialized background. That's all I'm going to say.
Uh-huh.
And that you confirmed, and if what she told me is true, you are the second group that has those specialties that have said this, that David Strait is an agent.
Yes, he is. We're going to leave it at that.
My buddy John, back home.
I cannot get into the specifics.
Yep, can't get into specifics. My buddy John at home said he has a couple friends of his in North Carolina that they looked him up and said, we can't find anything, and they believed the same thing. Me personally, I come to that conclusion because if I'm not mistaken, in the Ryan Bundy case, he looked at the judge and says, don't you know who I am? And the judge just bowed his head and said, yeah, we all know who you are, Mr. Straight.
From my understanding of the matter, he wasn't even in that courthouse.
Oh, you know why Ryan Bundy went to jail was because of David Straight.
But David
Because
Straight
Ryan Bundy,
didn't go into. He did what he said, but he didn't show up to court with him. He's not going to stick his
yeah,
neck out.
well, he got Ryan Bundy to do his paperwork. And Ryan Bundy went to jail over that paperwork. And then
Yes.
from what I was told, Jeremy Baker came into that case and got Ryan Bundy out.
I know personally 3 people who have gone to jail because of David Straight and his paperwork.
I know a few too.
Yes, that's a taboo name. Anna Von Reitz and David Straight, they're 2 peas in a pod.
I believe that's why they're the biggest groups out there, is because they are part of the system.
Well,
Well,
the
it's
reason they
attractive.
are is they want to appeal to the Patriot group, and I'm gonna say this. You know, I don't know everybody's background in here, and so this is not out of disrespect for anybody's religious preferences or anything else. I'm a God-fearing man, and I believe the Bible, and that's it, period. And I don't believe what man says about the Bible. I believe the words on the page, as written.
Yes.
And the thing is these Patriot groups are appealing to the lust of the flesh. They are not appealing to the spirit.
Exactly.
And this is a big problem because they're pulling in these people who, I'm not judging them, who claim Christianity. I don't know if they are or not Christians, but they appeal to them, and they're getting them involved in something that only is for the flesh, and anyone in the flesh cannot please God.
Well,
So this is a huge problem.
For one, ain't both of them like breeding or something?
Well, here's what I say. One of the biggest 2 problems I see in the Patriot community, and I've said this before, is the 2 biggest things that I see that is wrong in the Patriot community is, 1, the people think we should never pay for anything, and that's all they're after is, how do I discharge everything? Okay? You're not meant to do that, okay? Because nothing is free. Should the government take care of your necessaries? Yes. Why? Because they're the ones that set this system up. And should they continue to rob the people? No. But should you pay your bills? Yeah. If you need a home, that's a necessary. Get you a home. Discharge that debt the right way. Because why? When you issued the promissory note, you actually paid for the house already. You're an undisclosed third-party investor. The court cases are out there. But other than that, pay your cell phone bill. That's not a necessary. The necessary and proper clause, the government does things that are necessary. The other problem I see in the community is those that think everything should be free. That goes against nature. And a lot of the quote-unquote gurus are freaking that know just enough to be dangerous, are fleecing the people because they know the people are ignorant. They know the people don't read. So what happens? Pay $300 for my class because that's all they care about.
$1,500, please.
Yeah, like Rorik, $1,500.
I'm like, for freedom? No, I'll go research myself. No.
Me? I accept donations. If you want one-on-one time and you feel like if you donate $5 or you donate $100, I don't care.
But yeah,
But I'm not going to tell you to pay me.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, because they are asking by the hour for 500 by the hour, 150 by the
Now,
hour. Like, no.
if you ask me to park my truck and actually sit down for you with a week and go over your case, now we might have to negotiate something because I still got
Yes.
bills to pay. But
You
other
hear
than
me?
that,
Yes.
no. And that's
Well,
the
I think
problem I see.
well, scripture is really clear on it. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Okay, and
That's right.
I want to.
But ignorance ain't no excuse either.
The knowledge doesn't
Prosperity, can
start
you
with
mute
what
a
we're
second?
talking
You're
about
echoing.
here. Yeah, everybody's echoing.
Now you can do it, John.
Okay. This is a huge issue. I actually fell down this path the opposite way. I started reading the Bible for myself and getting to know my Lord and Savior and what He had to say. And that's really where my knowledge came from, is because everything turned upside down and I saw the world for what it really was. And at that point, the Lord led me down this path, not the other way around.
Me and you are about the same way.
Me too. Me too.
And I highly recommend everybody do this. And get in your Bible. We are in those end times, and I think that's the most important thing for anybody. Is it says that even the elect would be deceived if this were possible in Matthew chapter 24. And so if you aren't grounded in the Word, you're being reformed.
Yeah, I agree.
So
Now,
I mean, that's. Go ahead,
John. Here's one for you. I had you know how people talk about you should surrender the birth certificate to Caesar because of the usufruct or the trust.
Mm-hmm.
I had somebody bring this to my attention, and he come from a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
He said, no, it's your person. It was created for you to use. The problem is you're not using it right. He said, look, I'm going to treat you like you're on the stand, and I'm going to ask you some questions. And he said, I think you'll understand. I said, okay, go ahead. He said, did you receive a certificate of live birth? Yes. Did they sign it? Yes. Did they seal it or put a seal on it? Yes. Did they deliver it to you? Yes. That means it's signed, sealed, and delivered, and you've never sent them a receipt for the warehouse goods. So your books are left open. They don't know that you received it.
Well,
where would you send that receipt, Pastor?
So now, John, would you agree or disagree?
There's so many. I want to clarify. There is no one right answer. Okay, there's all roads lead to Rome, and all roads lead out of Rome.
Yep.
There are many groups doing many different things and having success, great success. I boil it down to this: what is the path of least resistance? And that's the path. That's the path that everybody should be searching for if they're going to go down this road. The easiest one is already set up. It's called trust.
Yeah. In God we trust.
Yes, and as Jesus said, to him who's been given a trust, he must prove faithful. So we've been given a trust. We need to learn to operate that trust, and I do think that is the path of least resistance. And if you put a reverse image on the process of how this all happened, then that is the way out. And so it's essentially duplicating what they did and reverse engineering it and putting it backwards through the system and moving it over to the private.
Well, I don't think this is where I disagree with the secured party creditor process, and I only come to that disagreement as of recent.
I'm not talking secured party creditor.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I know, but a lot of people out there think that you put the birth certificate and the social into your own trust under the name of the birth, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait a minute, you can't. You're not the grantor. You're not the trustee. You have no evidence you're the beneficiary. The only thing you can operate as is a registered agent. Now,
Well, hold
can
on.
you start your own trust? Yes.
Well, here's the thing. So there's two entities on the birth certificate. They've been merged. And that's what people don't realize. You've been tied to that certificate, okay, via your birth date. If you look, there's a registration date and there's a birth date.
Yeah.
And they have misnomered that in all the records. And so the record must be corrected. It's called correction of records. And it's you creating a document that you send to them saying, kindly correct your records. When it comes to the grantor, well, who is the original grantor? It's the executrix. It's your mother. Now, as long as she's alive, she can re-grant that trust as she wills.
Well, that was one of the things me and my dad was talking about, because both my mother and father are alive. I said, why don't, if both products were to be registered, I mean, as in that's what the law states in different states. The hospital could only register what it had in its possession, which is the placenta. The parents
Correct.
never registered the baby. I said, what's stopping us from creating our own birth record and then turn around and and backdate the birth record to the proper date, as in the private birth certificate, then do an affidavit that I said that you and mom gift the estate to me and to the facts of the birth, because y'all have firsthand knowledge, the hospital don't. And then I go record it.
Correct. Correct.
Would that be similar? This is Dee again. Like, I started this whole thing because my birth certificate had incorrect information. They created a whole new race for me because my dad's handwriting was so bad. And so I was trying to correct that. And of course, I couldn't get the original live birth. So then I just had both of my parents do a notarized affidavit with the courts of my birth. Would that be along the same lines?
Actually, there is a company, if you look them up, called Chicago Watermark Company. And they will sell, it's $250 for 500 sheets. They will sell you vital records paper, the security paper. And what do? Create your 2-page document with your matching, make it match what's on the certificate of live birth, but on page 2, put your stats.
Well, we
Okay.
found that the best way is to get a physical from a doctor. Now, what is a doctor? A doctor is a doc tender. Commerce.
Okay, yeah.
When
Do
they
you know-
certify
know-
that
go
you
ahead.
are alive,
Mhm.
nobody can argue that. It's an official record by the state. It's their state license.
I thought that the whole point for the birth certificate is for us to take off the signatures that the register did and the nurse, and have either your parents re-sign it or you re-sign it if your parents ain't alive.
Well, what is the certificate of live birth?
A death
Now,
certificate.
Well, it's not just a death certificate.
It's
State. Hold on. Purposely lower your volume, because I think that's why it's echoing, is your phone is picking up the sound.
I think that's mine, and I apologize. I'm incredibly deaf from combat.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
yeah, because I'm on a computer.
Okay. No, then that's why it's echoing, because when we talk, your computer plays the sound, and I'm pretty sure you're not using a headset, you're using speakers, and what it's doing is the microphone is picking it up.
Oh, is it better now?
That was a little bit lower. The echo was more.
Yeah, there's still a back echo.
Yeah. So now John, you're right. It is a death certificate, but here's the other thing. State versus Gray out of North Carolina says that the certificate of live birth is double hearsay. And it also says it is not the record. It is only proof that a record exists. So what do you got to prove? The record.
There is no record on many states, though, because like in my state where I was born in Texas, they have on the statutes that a year and a day after the birth, all original live birth records are destroyed.
That's correct.
Don't
Under
believe-
that's correct
That-
under the unknown infant of unknown parentage act. It's in
Okay,
every
now
state.
you might want, no, it ain't. I can prove that.
But
You
they
might
don't
wanna
actually destroy it.
Yeah, you might want to go read the vital records codes in the state a little further. For example, in my state of North Carolina, I went back to my birth hospital and I filled out the form that was needed for the protected information. They sent me a copy of my birth record. Now, Dawn, on the other hand, Dawn isn't in here. She was earlier, but Dawn called her hospital in Maryland, I think. It's either Maryland or Massachusetts. And they said, well, after 20 years, we destroy it. And she called me freaking out. Well, what do I do? They said this. I said, Dawn, are you going to accept what they say as the final answer? I said, you need to go read your codes. So she did. And she called me and said, I found it. I found the answer. I said, what'd you find? She said, it says in the record that they have to get the Department of Health's permission to destroy the code. I said, okay, that gives you your answer. Now do a FOIA request to the Department of Health and see if they ever ask permission. She did that. She got back a response that said, we have no records on file. So then she turned right around, called the hospital back a second time, and this time she had ammunition, and she said, now you told me you destroyed those records. Do I need to have you investigated for criminal neglect of destroying vital records without the permission of the Department of Health? And they said, hold up, what's your name? What's your blah, blah, blah? Let us see what we can do to fix that. They started jumping through hoops. Now, have they got her records yet? No, but she put the fear of God in them. So they don't destroy those vital records. They just don't want you to know they got them. And Texas, by the way, if it ain't true about the placenta, what is going on that Texas is now trying to pass a law that the mother can take the placenta home? I just saw that the other day.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. But I've already gone the FOIA route through the county, the health department, and even because everybody was passing the buck saying this is where the record's at, this is where the record's at, all the way up to Austin at the state Department of Health. And I got back the letter that it cannot be located. It has not been able to be found.
I think we were offered the chance to, if we wanted to take the placenta home or not, last November when my third was born. And I was stupid for not doing so.
Yeah. Now, OD, you brought up the point on fidelity earlier, and I told you that was false. If that video on how to find the CUSIP numbers with Fidelity actually was true, it should work for everybody. And I can tell you firsthand, it does not.
Right. You told me,
I don't think OD was in when I
but
discussed that.
there's no way to connect it because it doesn't have any identifying information on the code, the QSPID.
Correct.
And I'm in no position to argue.
Yeah, the
Good
people
point.
out there
So,
are, yeah, the people out there that are pushing that, one, it doesn't work for everybody. Two, if it was actually a valid CUSIP to your quote unquote bonds or securities, then where is the name attached to it? Because they don't do any of these securities without that name being attached to it, because it's how they fund the Social Security account.
I don't remember where I found it before, but there was some place where it came up to be a pooled trust, and that would mean it would be listed under multiple names, and you would have to have somebody on the back end to be able to provide that.
You would have to have somebody that has a Bloomberg terminal that can actually give you the breakdown of all the securities in the pool. That's what I said earlier. So that way you knew how much your entity is to get.
And that is correct. It is a pool. It's 2,500 QSIPs per pool.
Well, you mean securities, because it's under one CUSIP.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misspoke there. Yes, 2,500 securities under that one, and those are not necessarily all of yours are not necessarily in that one. You can have multiple.
It could be 2,500 different berths all in one pool.
I would just like
Correct, but
to
it could
find
also
one that I could verify.
There are people out there who can verify it, but you have to get to a stockbroker. You have to have a TDA account. You have to be set up for it, and most people won't talk to you at all about it until you have until you have all that set up in advance, and you have to have your private side banking set up before you can even begin to go there, and that's putting the cart before the horse. I think the real matters are to deal with the entity and separating your physical self from the Enlegus self.
Yep.
What
You can
I agree with
resign
that.
as registered agent if you so desire, but you don't have to. Knowing who you are in relation to it, to me, is what matters.
But you can still control the office of the registered agent without being the registered agent.
Now,
so
that one you'd have to go in a little more detail. I know that she told me about you seen people successfully doing DBAs and all this, that, and the other, but
well, that's actually me. That's me who's been successful with DBAs.
Yeah, I know. I've known about that. I've known people that's done that, and I'm sitting here thinking, do I really have to? To be honest.
Well, to be honest, under the Act of 1917, TWIA, Trading with the Enemy Act, you have to be licensed to do anything. Okay, because when it got amended in 1933 during the Banking Act. When it got amended, it made everybody an enemy of the United States. However, an enemy of the United States can still trade with people in the United States via a license. However, if you don't have a license, you're not in compliance. Now, the license to do business is some form of a business license. A DBA will work. And it gives you the authority to use that all caps name in commerce without having, and that's the law that people are breaking, is you hold all this agency paperwork. So when you go down the road and you get pulled over, the cop says license and registration. So you hand him your agency card and he says, you're not allowed to use this. This belongs to the state. However, if you have a DBA, now you are authorized to use that name. You're not that name, but you're doing business. You can do business, I should say, as that name.
Yeah.
To add to that point,
I actually did, John. I actually did file for my U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. I did file. It costs like $250. So I'm waiting for the trademark agent to contact me because it takes about 9 months or more before that happens. But in the meantime, what I did find out is this: go buy the domain name for the birth estate name. Now, when you do that, go create your about page, go treat it like a business. Okay. Put your fee schedule up, but don't call it a fee schedule. Call it goods and services, and set you up a PayPal, Cash App under that name. And then they will give you the trademark based on that website, because now you're operating in commerce, offering goods and services. So guess what? Now, when you get violated and they get taken to court, guess what? Your goods and services are on public notice. The reason I know this is my buddy G-Pen told me what happened with him and another guy named Tez Ben-El. Tez Ben-El didn't do any of that and got denied. G-Pen did all that, got approved.
And that's great. And as we discussed before, there's many ways. I have found a lot of success with the DBA. And for example, I decided I would test it out. So I decided to set my cruise control for 95 miles per hour everywhere I went. It didn't matter the speed zone. I got a ticket from a sheriff, a local, and a state trooper, and all at different times, about a week apart. And
Yeah.
I went in straight to the clerk's office, and I said, here's my DBA, here's my power of attorney, here's my authenticated birth certificate, and here's my other DBA, 2 DBAs, one for the name, all caps name, and one for the transmitting utility referencing the birth certificate as its business. I handed them to her, and I said, please enter these in to the record as evidence. She took a look at them. She went running back to the head clerk's office. It's glass, so you can see through it. Every clerk ran in there, and they started scrambling and jumping on the phone. This is about 15 minutes before my court hearing for a speeding ticket. The lady comes running out and says, are these filed with yours or with this state? I said, yes, they are, ma'am. They are certified copies. And she goes running back in. The head court clerk points at the door, and the lady comes running out. She says, we have a separate courtroom for you. It's now about 8:58 in the morning. My court hearing was at 9. She opens the door, and she lets me in, and she locks it behind me. And she goes running around the other side, and a man comes in a suit, not a black robe. And he's holding the black robe in his hand. And he had just gotten done yelling at the police officer, who I could hear through the door and see through the glass that he was not going to come in that courtroom. And then he came up on the podium, and as he's coming up there, he begins to put the black robe on that's in his hand, and he says, sir, your case is being dismissed. The state will not show up. And he had that signed, and I said, and he hadn't even called my name yet. Then he calls the name. And I said, sir, I'm here in regards to that matter, but I am not this person. He goes, that's fine. He got down from the podium and came running out the bar and handed it to me and said, you make sure that this entity gets it. And that was at 9:01, and I left.
You didn't
And
get
this
them to
didn't
write
happen.
you a check for wasting your time?
They didn't do anything. I just, you know what? I was happy with the fact that I was there for 2 minutes in the courtroom, and that this was not one time. This was not a single occasion. This happened 3 separate times.
John, what was the second DBA as?
As the birth name, the first, middle, last.
I thought he said he had
Did
different
you
ones.
I had 2.
did you
So
use
I did.
state issue forms, or
I'm sorry?
Did you use state issued forms, or did you create your own?
Here's the thing. Under the Trading with the Enemy Act, it does not matter if you create your own or use the state form. As long as you have it, you have the authorized use of that name. Okay, that doesn't mean you are currently using it. It means you're allowed to use it. And therefore,
See,
first in line, first in time. You know, everyone wants to get caught up in this, oh, well, that's statutory or that's, you know, whatever. And that's not the point. The point is you're requesting the state's permission to use their name. And once you have that permission, you can't get in trouble for using it any longer. And that's what all these infractions that you get are, is you're actually breaking the law by using their name. It does not belong to you. That is theft.
Okay, I actually tried doing the DBA with a Texas form, and I was denied. So maybe I've got recourse of action on that regard. But yeah, I tried DBA.
Do it in your birth county.
Okay.
Do a county.
Well,
one,
that's a
not
different state.
Yeah. Well, it's, okay. That's why you got denied. See, you have to understand. What state were you born in?
Ohio.
Okay, so you have an Ohio birth certificate. So how can you get Texas's permission to use Ohio's property?
Hey, go back to KW.
Incorporate it.
Go back to KW's video when he did his court case at the probate court. What did he read portions of the ruling. On part of the ruling, the judge said the court lacked jurisdiction. Why? Because Ohio owned the estate.
So you know who Ken W is too.
I actually been talking to him. He sent me a bunch of his files. I'm still waiting to. I've seen some interesting stuff he shared, and some stuff that makes me scratch my head. And he said if I did what he did, it'll take about 6 months to complete. I just don't know how true it is. I'm always skeptical. I'm one of those. I'm from Missouri and I'm not, but you got to show me.
Well, here's the problem with some of the stuff that Ken W says, and that is, and I'm not saying he's incorrect. You can resign as registered agent. The problem is once you've done so, you can lock yourself out where you don't get anything, no benefits. This system was set up to benefit you.
That's right.
And people need to learn how to use the system for their benefit, not to make them rich, not to give them everything they desire and want. That's called the lust of the flesh. That's called, lust just means luxury. If you're chasing a new car every year and a new house every year and, keeping up with the Jones, well, you know what? Forget it. You're going to burn in hell anyways later, because that's greed, that's lust, that's idolatry. However, if you use it for what it was intended to use it for, now you're in compliance with Scripture and the law. And the Scripture says, use the things of this world as not engrossed in them.
That's why I said earlier, all I want is my necessaries. I'll take care of the rest.
So, question for you on, you know how you said the comment of it's signed, sealed, and delivered to you.
Yeah.
The birth certificate is. Well, and they say render unto Caesar what is Caesar and render unto God what is God's. Why do they give that to you? Because America is a little bit different than most countries.
Why did they give it to you? Is this right here? When the bankruptcy happened, they couldn't violate a man or woman's rights. They had to give you a vehicle to be able to operate in commerce. Because remember, they took away all the gold and silver, right?
Well, what I'm saying is, are they returning unto God what is God's? Because, or even Caesar in that perspective, because it's the people created the government out there, and that the people, if they're returning it back to Caesar, they'd be returning it back to you.
Well, no, because they own that. Okay. What is God's is in the private. What is Caesar's is in the public.
Now, didn't you employ the Caesar though? The public.
Aren't you what now?
Didn't you employ the public as public servants? See, because on there, I mean, that's where you can flip it over and then list your orders on there, and really turn that into you know uh, even publicly backed. But it's also you can write it in equity. You have
Well,
the front public.
I understand what you're saying, but what John is saying is you should never have to do that once you get things set up properly, and that is what certain people out there have done, because there is communities all over this country that are in the private. I mean, my father did a job for a guy in North Carolina. He called me afterwards and he said, man, now being I know my dad, he said, you should see this. You should see this house. It's worth every bit of $2.5 million. And I said, oh, really? Now I knew that's not why my dad called. So he started telling me why he called. He said, yeah, I was telling him about the secured party creditor process, and this guy completed every sentence. He knew all about it. I said, really? He said, oh yeah. He told me all his stuff was in trust. And then him and Dad got to talking about taxes. And he said the guy told him that. He said, yeah, he got a letter one time from the IRS saying he owed so many dollars in taxes. He said he went home that night on his computer and wrote a bond. He wrote a bond out, printed it out, sent it to the IRS. They sent him back a letter that said, thank you for your payment. And Dad said, wait a minute, a bond? You didn't do an international bill of exchange or something like that? He said, nope, I just wrote him a bond. A bond is a form of lawful money or legal tender.
As long as it's based on the faith of the United States, yes.
Yeah. So there are people out there in the private that they don't have to do the writing of the orders. They just go in there and handle their affairs and everything goes away. The government just wants to use your credit because they're bankrupt. Just got to give them the ability to use it without you holding liability. Well, John, I'll tell you what, you definitely got me thinking about some things.
Well,
Where can we find the recording of this chat, Pastor? I missed the first half at least.
When it gets recorded, don't worry, I'll put it up on Rumble. Now, what do you think about, without going into great detail, John, do you know some of what KW has done?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you know some of the stuff KW has done?
Not all of it. I followed him to a degree. I disagree with how he does certain things, but what he's discussing is correct. And it's also, again, we can take tidbits and research, and everybody should be taking all of this with a grain of salt. Anything I say or anyone else says, go research it. Be a good Berean. Say, I'm going to figure it out if what this guy's saying is true, and go research it.
Correct.
And from a scriptural aspect, it says to accept what is good and reject all kinds of evil. So if somebody says something in here and you research it and find it to be correct, keep it. If they find something to be wrong, discard it. I think that's the best advice I can give. And everybody plays a part into this puzzle. None of us have all the answers. However, as a group, we can come up with a lot of the answers through listening and researching on our own. And I've only been at this for 6 years.
I've been at
Sure.
it. I've been at it for over 10 now, and
Okay.
I'll tell you now, I've learned more in the last 8 months than I have in the last 10 years.
Sure. And part of that is we get wise and start realizing that we have brothers and sisters that we should be leaning on, and that they have stuff, and at some point we build relationships, and that's really where the growth begins, is because somebody has already done the research, and I don't have time to research everything. So when they can explain it, and I can look up a few things, and they prove to be correct, I can begin to build trust in that individual. And that's very helpful.
Now, I actually give Chris Hauser credit for one thing. Do I agree with him on the 1099A? No, I think he's wrong. I think he's wrong, and I think it's a bad thing to do, and I think it's potential to get people in a lot of trouble. But one of his videos where he talked about the Social Security account and what is it. Now, I spent many years, over 3, studying the secured party creditor trust stuff and learning trust law.
Well,
So when I
real quick, sir. So this is one thing that I just want to address real quick, and that is secured party creditor should not be used together.
No, it's not together. You're a secured party / creditor.
Okay, there we go.
Creditor is always the secured party.
Yes, exactly. Well, a lot of people keep thinking, because people are saying this, I just use secured party. But again, I don't even believe in the secured party process, because again, if you look into canon law, there's other ways to operate where they have to let you be private. There are two factors, and that is status and competency. And that's something we can go into in a little bit, but go ahead.
So learning about trust law, which is what part of that process is, when Chris Hauser broke down the Social Security trust account, I said the veil kind of came off my eyes. It's like I didn't realize I had a blind spot. Been studying trust law all this time and never once thought about the Social Security account. And now I'm to the point now where I say, okay, what type of trust is it? It's a statutory trust. Because why? Congress passes the law. The statutes at large are the law. They just codify them into U.S. code. And it's a statutory trust.
Correct.
And I'm like, that just made everything start to make sense. It's like, holy crap. I couldn't believe I was blind to this one thing all this time. And then I said, wait a minute. The secured party process really doesn't even need to be done. Not saying it can't be, not saying you shouldn't. It depends on what path you're wanting to take. But do you have to? No.
No, and I tend to recommend people stay away from the UCC as much as possible. And the reason being is it's so codified, it's many volumes, it's small print, and once you start delving into that, if you make a mistake, and I know people who have, I know 2 people who were put in NDAA detention for it because they made a mistake.
Chris Hauser got over 22 charges for putting UCC-1 liens on public officials.
I know, but he's actually, if you watch the Supreme Court, they're going to sweep that under the rug. He was in the right, and they proved that. However, are you familiar with NDAA, National Detention Authorization Act?
Oh, yeah.
So no trial, no hearing, no anything. Black site. I know 2 people in black sites right now, and it's because they used what they were doing was not wrong, but it's real easy to make a mistake. And if you make a mistake on UCC, you're in a lot of trouble.
they actually probably put the UCC 1 lien on the wrong person in government. In
Well,
other
a
words,
lot of people
higher
are.
than a state level.
Well, if you don't understand all the UCC, why are you filling it out? Why are you using it? Again, most people think that they can lien themselves, and then they're the secured party now. This is not true. You're now putting a private name right back into statutory. So you just brought
Well,
it back into public. There's no protection.
what I tell people is this. Should you kind of read the UCC? Yeah. But what is the UCC? Keep it in its proper context. It is the codification of the common law of contracts. This is why the UCC is so vague. All they do is tell you principles. Like earlier, LC was talking about that thing about negotiable instruments, and what did it say? It said something about a conspicuous statement. That's a key term, conspicuous statement. That what they're telling you is a legal principle. That's why the UCC is nothing but principles. Stay away from the code. Stay away from that. Learn the principles of contracts.
The conspicuous statement will determine whether the instrument is negotiable or
I'm not
non-negotiable.
talking about that, LC. I'm talking, they use the phrase conspicuous statement in other parts of the UCC also. Okay? When you see that phrase conspicuous statement, they're telling you this is a legal principle.
Do they identify the conspicuous statement? Or would you be able to identify the conspicuous statement that would be codified?
Right
I
now,
think
I couldn't tell you all the places in the UCC where the term conspicuous statement is at.
I'm
Okay?
only talking with regards to negotiable instruments. Forgive me.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's all you were talking about. That wasn't all I was talking about. Because there are multiple places in the UCC where that term is used.
With regard to negotiable instruments and non-negotiable.
No.
What I was talking about.
Yeah, I know.
I understand that there's other places where there's conspicuous statements, but I was wondering, with regard to negotiable instruments, what the conspicuous statements are.
It's still what I'm saying is when you see that phrase conspicuous statement, even in the term negotiable instrument, they're telling you they're wanting to let you know there's a legal principle right here. Principles in law are few and never changing. Methods are many and are fluid. That's what I'm getting at. When you see the term conspicuous statement in the UCC, they're telling you this is a legal principle. You don't need the code to express the principle.
Correct. Yes, exactly. And that's the point I make is I tend to shy away from the code itself. And yes, the principles are to be upheld.
Would that also be considered like the spirit of the code, if you will, or law, if you will?
The spirit of the law? Kind of.
Not exactly quoting the UCC, but using the language, like, for example, the code authorized signature of the represented person, for example, to limit liability of the representative.
Yeah. I mean, it's no different than people put UCC 1-308, but what do they actually mean? All rights reserved. The conspicuous statement is all rights reserved. You don't need to put UCC 1-308.
That's okay. And you don't need to put 12 USC 411 and 31 USC 3113 either.
So,
Well, and this is where I disagree with you on that. All rights reserved, I do not believe is good language. Again, it's copyrighted. It's their copyrighted language. In good faith is saying the same thing, but it's not using their language. So again, I tend to try to shy away from anything you see. I don't put anything on forums. In fact, I don't really sign anything at all. You don't need to. When you deliver a letter to somebody, there's a trust involved. Me, the sender, or the grantor, the person I hand it to, and they're performing a trust. They're going to take it to whoever I say to take it to.
yes.
So everything is trust. And when we operate in the principles of trust, it actually gives a lot more protection. And at the same time, there's no need for a signature because I say, hey, I want this to go here. You take that there and deliver it. They don't need a signature for that. Okay. Because again, getting away from negotiable financial instruments is an important thing as well. Because anything with a signature on it is a negotiable financial instrument. And we want to shy away from that kind of stuff. We don't want those out there.
I can see that. I can see your point because that's one of the things I discuss with people is what is the Declaration of Independence, Constitution, and Bill of Rights? It's actually a trust indenture.
It's a trust indenture. It's a corporate charter trust indenture.
Yeah, it is. It is 3 parts of one book. I mean, the Bible talks about the Trinity. That's the Trinity of government. You have a Declaration of Trust, the Declaration of Independence. You have the rules the trustees are to follow, the Constitution, and you have the Bill of Rights, which are the constitutionally protected rights of the beneficiaries.
Correct.
It's a trust indenture. It's not 3 separate documents. And
that's the
the
problem.
trustees actually have the right to create other trusts, aka the banking and the Social Security Trust. They can name them what they want.
Well, and not only that, but you have what's called a construed trust. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with the idea of a construed trust, or also known as a constructive trust or an implied trust.
That's how equity is expressed, is in a constructive trust.
Correct, but it actually means construed, meaning it can be a verbal trust, it can be a non-verbal trust, it could be an implied trust. When you go to court, they actually open up what's called a constructive trust, which doesn't mean constructive, it means construed. It's a construed trust. You're meant to understand that. And whether or not you've been informed of it, there's still a trust in place.
Yeah.
And now that's a separate trust from your Sesta QV trust. That's why it's wrapped up in a in a form of digits on your court case.
But they use that to put a lien on the Social Security Trust, because what can you do with a lien? Monetize it, securitize it, trade it, sell it.
Absolutely, yes, but it is not the same trust. So again, there's many trusts. They're operating out of trust, and this is where competency comes from, is being able to manage a trust. When we learn the principles of how trust operates, you don't have to sign anything.
It's just
you don't ever have to sign. You have to imply it. So as long as it's implied, it's a trust. When we learn to express this, then now we're in control of our trust. We've shown competency. Now the only thing we need is status. Now I've proven both status and competency in court. The judges love it. A lot of people think these judges hate you. They think that they're just the most awful people. What they're tired of is no, they're not. They're very excited when you tell them how it is and who you are.
Hey, I've said it before. When I beat the first traffic ticket that I got, I went. See, I have a Westlaw account. So when I got that mud flap ticket, I went to traffic court and I argued contracts and this, that, and the other. And very quickly, the judge shut me down when I said I see constructive fraud. But when I went to trial, and the DA said the state of Virginia moves to dismiss this upon payment of cost, I said I'll appeal it. The judge says, what kind of arguments are you going to make? I said constitutional arguments. He says, can I get everybody out of here first? I smiled at him real big and said, yes, sir, you may. I knew what he was asking. Please don't expose this to the public. So I did my constitutional arguments. Now he disagreed in the courtroom with me. So then I switched up my arguments to contract without saying contract. I just used the terms. So he finally realized this guy knows his stuff. He says, looks at the DA and says, do I even have jurisdiction to dismiss this without payment of costs? She said, you're the judge. So he did. He met me at my truck afterwards, shook my hand, and just out of respect, I said, well, Your Honor, I said, was I a little bit right on the stuff I said? He laughed. He said, you were right on everything you said. That told me everything I needed to know right there. One, these judges are trapped in a system too. And if you don't give them the power to protect your rights, they don't have to.
Sure. And status, right, is who you are. Okay, so, and this is what I tell people. If you walk like a duck, talk like a duck, and quack like a duck, they're going to say you're a duck.
And they're going to eat you for dinner.
Yes, they are. And I went in, so I've had two court cases this last year. And I went in the bar, no problem. Everyone says, don't go in the bar. Yeah, whatever. I walked in the bar. But prior, I handed the clerk a letter and said, I am not the person who you served. I said, this is by mistake. This person gave me this summons for court, and there's been a great mistake. And she said, well, you have to discuss that with the judge. I said, okay. She said, I will forward this to the judge. So we get in there, and the judge asked, is the prosecution ready? And they said, yes. And then they said, is the all caps name ready? And I said, that's not who I am, Your Honor. He says, well, who are you? And I gave him a name, but just one. And he goes, okay, is that first or last name? And I said, my name is, and I said, my name, John. I said, my name is John. And I go by no other name, publicly or privately. Okay. So I'm refusing to be the entity. Now, the other thing is, if you look in every state's code, the only people who are bound by the codes, statutes, rules, and regulation are residents. So the next question he asked me is, he said, where is your residence? And I said, Your Honor, I'm a transient. I go to and fro wherever the wind blows. And he looked at me and grinned, and he looked at the prosecutor and says, got anything to say about this? And the prosecutor goes, well, I know he's so-and-so. And he goes, do you have proof? Prosecutor sat there and fumbled around for about 3 minutes. The judge looked at me and goes, you're free to go, sir. And he marks down that I was never served.
Now, what do I say? I tell people, don't be afraid of the word citizen. A citizen is one who owes allegiance to a respective government. Now apply this to the Bible. The Bible says you can't serve two masters. That means you can't be a U.S. citizen and a state citizen at the same time. You can only be one or the other. But my Bible tells me what? That I'm a citizen of the kingdom of heaven, and my allegiance is owed to God, and I am only sojourning in this land.
And bingo, that's the key. Sojourning. There, you've taken away residency with sojourner. I don't want to confuse them, right, with what I've said in court on a transcript, because they can't define which citizen I mean. So I don't speak citizen at all. I just let them know I am not this person. And when they ask me about the name, again, give them a name. That's all they're asking for. They're asking you to testify your name. After 2 times of this happening, the judge looked at the prosecutor and said, don't you bring another man in here without a last name. The prosecutor says, well, how do I get his last name? The judge said, that's not my problem. And that was it.
Between you and him.
That's between you and him.
With the cautionary advisement regarding the UCC1, though, isn't that part of setting up the trust, though?
No,
Absolutely not.
no. You can set up a trust right now in whatever form or fashion you want without a UCC1. Just
Who asked
write
that
your
question?
indenture.
Who asked that question?
OO did.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's our resident newbie. He's been at this about 6 months, and he
Okay.
has listened to every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there. And I give him a hard time over that too, don't I?
That's okay. You have to learn somewhere, and I'm glad. No question is a stupid question. You're here to learn. We love it.
That's
I
right.
love it. Let me put it this way, okay? Would you please tell? I apologize. It's Pastor of the Way, I guess. Would you tell Pastor of the Way how tall that you're 5'9"? Could you tell him that, please?
It would be a lie if I did so.
Well, okay. How tall are you?
6 foot.
Tell him you're 6 foot, please.
That's just hearsay, ain't it?
Just tell him you're 6 foot.
Pastor of the Way, I am 6 foot. It says it on my government issued
Don't
documents.
worry about where it says it, okay? I told you to tell him that, and you took it to him. That was a trust. There was a sender, a person who was responsible for taking the message, and a person who received the message. That is a trust. That required no UCC. Okay, that was a verbal trust. Okay. That's how trusts work. Some are construed. Some are not spoken. Some are written. Some are there's so many trusts out there and so many ways to form a trust. All a trust is, it's three parties who are there's somebody giving something, somebody receiving to give to somebody else. That's it. That's all a trust is. I'm putting it in layman's terms.
Yeah, you got a grantor, that's who's giving. You got the trustees, that's who's receiving on behalf of someone else. That someone else is the beneficiary.
Okay. Beneficiaries. Can a trust be made without beneficiaries?
If there's no beneficiary, there's no trust.
That's right.
You
can actually make a trust without trustees and appoint them at a later date, but you cannot make a trust without beneficiaries.
And you can't execute the trust without a trustee.
But one person can be all three.
No.
Not
alone. No.
Not alone.
You cannot be the sole trustee and sole beneficiary. That is the doctrine of merger, and the trust collapses. If you are going to be the trustee and the beneficiary, you need one more of one or the other. You either need two beneficiaries or you need a minimum of two trustees. You cannot be the same alone.
Let me rephrase that. Can the corporate Social Security caps person be the trustee and then the living being be the beneficiary?
No.
I'd agree with that. No.
Not true.
It can be, but if you're using the same name, no.
And what he's saying is correct. Okay, so you have to do it slightly different. Now, there still has to be a third party. Okay? And the liability falls on that third party. Whoever's the middle person, if they drop the ball, they're in trouble. Okay?
That's why you put a hold harmless agreement.
Well, there's a simpler way to do it. And that is form an LLC and make them the trustee, and now you become the authorized representative member of that LLC who controls that LLC, who acts as trustee for the trust.
That makes sense.
Okay, now you're operating all three parties. However, you're using two different beings, okay? And you can make an LLC anything you want to be. It could be, you name it whatever you want.
Couldn't that be done with the DBA as well?
Technically,
let's say for argument's sake, I created a DBA with my Social Security name. So now we've got the DBA, and then we've got the Social Security name, and then we've got the beneficiary.
Yes, you could. Here's the problem. Okay, an LLC is limited liability. A DBA is not. Okay, so the DBA has liability for the owner. So you want to go through a limited liability corporation who is the trustee. Now you control that entity, okay, via registered agent office for that LLC. Now,
and you could name the LLC D Investment Properties LLC. Now, D Bradbury is the owner and registered agent of the LLC, and appoint D Investment Properties LLC as the trustee for the trust, and then D Bradbury would be the beneficiary.
Well, the beneficiary should actually be the trust itself. Okay, because here's the thing: if you own something, it's taxable. If the trust owns it, you're not liable. Keep it in trust.
And if the profits of the trust is declared part of the corpus of the trust to reinvest back into the trust, there's also no taxes.
There you go. And not only that, you can have the trust property appraised, and you can actually pull a check out from that trust and make more investments and put that back in the trust. Now you've exchanged $0 and gained equitable interest for the trust using nothing. You're now investing like the government does, acquiring things for the trust, but you don't own it.
This is what Amazon does.
Exactly.
This is what Amazon does. This is what I show people: is go to do an Edgar search on the SEC for Amazon. Find their 424B4 prospectus.
It's what the driver's license is. You know, they're a trust. They're making money. They just keep reinvesting your estate.
Well, that's what I was thinking, is that you could actually do, even if you wanted to go the 3-level route when doing an incorporation and then an LLC and then the trustee and then you're the beneficiary, you could then put your home and your car and everything into the trust.
Sure, you put the property in the trust, okay? So now that the property is in the trust, then you start a private trust and you put the titles in there, okay? Because the title is where the money is at. That's the receipt. That's what you really buy when you go to the store. You're buying the receipt, not the goods.
Yeah. And the receipt is a bill of exchange, because what do you
Bingo.
do? You give them debt instruments. They give you a receipt.
Yeah.
Right. So that instrument, right, you take that and you put that in a separate trust. Now the funds are untouchable, okay? You've just devalued everything in your trust. However, you're still holding all the assets and all the financials behind those assets. Nobody can touch that. Nobody can go after it. You have a public-facing trust and a private trust. And there now you have your transmitting utility, your public-facing entity, and you are now in the private, never to be seen again. You cannot interact with the public. But this is how you operate in private. And now you're out of their jurisdiction, and your property is protected, and you don't own it.
Yep, the elite never do anything without a trust.
And they never do anything without using the public utility.
Yep.
So the title to my children would be like titles to property that I would put into the trust, or would I?
Well, you have a certificate of title. You have a certificate of title. You don't have the title.
That's right.
I need to go and get the certificate of live birth, or
The certificate of live birth is the equivalent of the certificate of title for the car. It only proves legal title, not equitable title.
Bingo.
I need to go to Vital Statistics and ask them for the original copy. Correct? Is that what y'all were talking about earlier?
Or make your own. They won't give you it, so make your own.
Okay.
Make your own and have a doctor sign off on it. And then show the difference between the living, the minor, the living born baby, the minor they created, and then the adult person of age who is now coming forth. All three of them have to be on the document, and then have a doctor certify it.
All right.
And then have your mother sign it. She signs for the live-born baby. It shows the difference between the live-born baby and the infant decedent. Okay, and then the doctor signs off that the man is not dead, that he's alive, not lost at sea.
Now,
And
there
so-
was, at some point, the coroner's office, people were going to the coroner's office to do that.
Well, the coroner's, that's when you finished all of the rest of the status correction. At that point, you go to the coroner's office, and you'll actually receive a condolence letter from the IRS because you're going to kill the straw man entity once everything's placed in trust. And now you are completely out of the system. The only thing that can operate in the commerce system is your trust, the public-facing one.
Mm-hmm.
But you are now never to be bothered again. You'll get a death certificate.
I need to get more details on that.
Yeah, they'll give you a death certificate.
There's something missing there. I know there is, because
So
you surprised me when you said you'll get a condolence letter from the IRS. So that means there is something in between there I'm missing.
There is. I mean, it's there's a lot of detail.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
But
process.
yeah. Now, I know that the infant's decedent does have to be declared dead. I know that. And I've
It
heard
already
some
was.
story. It's already dead. You're right. But they're not going to ever give you that document, that death certificate.
Yes, they did. That's why it's gone to probate. You can only probate a dead man's estate or dead entity, right?
Yeah.
So on your birth certificate, if you look at it, it's got the state registrar's signature on it, and it's got the seal on it. Okay. It's signifying it's been probated. That is the proof of the dead entity.
Okay.
Certificate titled death certificate? Or is it a birth certificate?
It's called a certificate of live birth, and it is a death certificate.
That's where the Harvard book review from that I've got talks about the presumption of death comes in.
Well, sure. And what is a registrar? It's a probate court, right?
Yeah, and if you call the registrar and ask them, do they actually register babies? They'll tell you, no, they register events.
Events, yes.
I cannot remember the term. One of the things somebody told me is get a declaratory judgment that you are the testamentary executor of the estate.
But you're not, because your mom signed that over to the state. So you need her to revoke that and sign it over to you as the executrix.
Yeah.
Which you can do through a simple power of attorney that your mom would sign.
Which I have a medical power of attorney.
Not a medical power of attorney.
Yeah.
a statement, right? Your mother's still alive. She can change her will whenever she wants. She can.
Yeah.
She's the executrix. She signed you over. She's the only one with the power to pull that back and grant it to you to become the executor.
Yeah. Well, that goes back to what I said earlier about creating your own birth record and affidavit and she gifting it to you. So, yeah, I can
Sure,
see that.
but then you also need a power of attorney, which would be, presumed in this document where she makes you the executor. That's her giving you power of attorney because she gave the state the power of attorney. It doesn't have to say power of attorney. It has to testify her wishes. She has to convey what she desires for what she was signing. And that's really all it is. Again, it's based on presumption. Is it presumable that her intention was to give it to you? Okay, if she writes that down, then that is the presumption. It cannot be rebutted by anybody but her.
And I also said when you do the affidavit, go before 2 notaries.
Correct.
What would she be giving to you?
The birth estate name.
Control of the birth estate name. She's giving you power of attorney over the entity because she granted that to the state. She's the grantor. Okay? She granted it to the state, but because it's her living estate and she's still alive, she can re-grant at her will.
Wait, but why wouldn't
I
it
might have
be
to
the
work on a way
father's
to
estate?
phrase
Wait,
that.
wait, wait. Why wouldn't it be the father's estate? Why do you think it's the mother's estate?
Because the mother's the one who signed it over. Did the dad sign anything? No. The mom gave the baby up.
Right, but what I'm thinking is because there's a marriage, there's one the both of them are in there, and then I thought that maybe the man was the one that had the rights over it because
I think that is a depend statement, and here's why I say that. Now, John, correct me if I'm wrong. The guarantor on my birth record was my dad. Okay? The guarantor was the one that was taking care of everything. Yes, my mother, when you look at my birth record, there is multiple different signatures. They're not all the same. And the patient name is its own trust. It actually doesn't even use my name.
I'm sorry about that. I cut out there.
Okay. So
I dropped.
That's all right. So what I said was, in my birth record, what I was saying is I'm thinking what Iona was expressing is about she thought it would be the father that would be the one that could sign and do this. And I said, I think
because
that's
the trust has a last name in capital, which is my father's last name. So that's what's in all caps, but my first and middle are upper and lower. So I just assumed this must be the document for my father's trust.
I had this conversation with someone earlier. On the long form of a birth certificate, there is a box marked informant, and it will be either the father or the mother, but whoever is marked as the informant is the one that gave the power.
It doesn't say on the birth record on mine. Nobody is called the informant. They changed that years ago when people started bringing this out, and in some states. Okay, so he's right when he said the mother is the one who signed a lot of the paperwork, but I think it's a depending statement on each individual person, because some families knew this stuff and did their stuff different than the average person. So it does require a little more knowledge in getting down to the minutia of your birth record. That's why it's so important to go get it. Now, in mine, yes, my mother did sign each of the different documents. and there's different things on each of the 4 documents that is interesting. Like in mine, the patient name is my mother's. Let me think for a second. I think first name, married name, and then it says in parentheses her maiden name, which 4 corners rule, not part of the contract. I approve that. But then it has baby boy. So all 4 of those names were the patient name on the intake form. So the question and somebody said that's actually the name of the trust. The certificate of live birth is how it's represented. So John, have you heard anything about that? Okay, I guess John will be back in a moment. He said he was cutting out.
I've never heard anybody of anyone whose father signed their birth registration.
Okay. It's always
So
the mother. Okay.
it's always the mother. Now
You
that
can
can be
call
corrected
the
later.
county.
Now,
I
y'all
have a
got to
question.
realize what he's talking about is not the birth certificate / certificate of live birth. He's talking about the actual birth record from the hospital. That's what started everything.
The one with our feet on it, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
The one that signed your soul away.
And that's
They
usually the
didn't.
mother.
They didn't. Okay, I thought the one with the feet. They took that, and then for the all caps letter, that's how they registered. But when you get the long form, it's in regular print, like first letter Z, and then lowercase for the rest of them.
No, mine is in all caps.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. It's a difference. It's a short form, it's a long form, and then you have your feet print form where you put your
Okay, so let
footprint.
me explain that one. So what you have when you on a long form and it spells your name in upper lower proper, that is still an entity. It's called
Yes,
a
because
transmitting
they
utility.
still signed it.
Well, no, it's a transmitting utility. It's something to get into commerce. So the all caps name is the entity. The upper lower proper is to get into commerce. The real man or woman is lowercase everything. That is the highest status.
Yes, that goes back to capitis diminution.
Thank you. You're familiar.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm trying to keep
whenever
it.
you refer to yourself as I, you use a lowercase I because otherwise you're decapitated.
Yes, and again, that's one of those. I try to speak in layman's terms as much as possible to not confuse anybody. So some of the things I say are they come across like, well, I don't know where you guys are at. I just got brought into this room and invited in tonight. So
yeah. Now, y'all got to understand something. The birth record at the hospital with the footprint document, that is the foundational document. The certificate of live birth or birth certificate is not. It is only evidence that a record exists. It is not the record. That's why State versus Gray out of North Carolina plainly says the certificate of live birth or birth certificate is double hearsay.
correct. And you actually just took the words out of my mouth of what I was about to say.
I guess their question was like, why would it be, the capitalization be different on it. Like even I realized just now, like on mine, my last name is in all caps, but whenever my parents' names are put on there, it's not all caps. And
Correct. That's the parent
my first,
corporation, and they've just attached you to it by joinder of the given name with the Enligas name.
Yeah. The Enligas name would be the all caps.
Right. But the family name is passed down Enligas. Okay. You're adopting that name. That's why it's in all caps on yours, but your parents are spelled proper.
Trust
Okay,
me,
but you also,
on my footprint document, it does not give my family name. It only gives the given name.
yes.
John, can you just repeat what you
interesting.
said a minute ago? Because I missed one word that you said about the uppercase. You were explaining that. Can you say that one more time?
Which part?
You said the
I
reason
think
why.
Oh, okay. So yes, it's a joinder. Okay, they're joining you with the Enligas. Okay, to make you believe that's you. Basically, it's trickery, but they're actually doing it for a benefit, because otherwise you'd be a bastard child with no benefits. So
But why are the parents not upper and lower? Why is they just regular?
Because that's transmitting utility. Okay, what did they transmit? Again, the upper lower proper is transmitting. They just transmitted you into commerce. It's a trust.
Right. Gotcha.
So it's the transmitting utility that interacts with the public, okay? Not the living, not the private. You cannot interact without a transmitting utility. So what they conveyed to the public was the living, but it couldn't go in there without a joinder into the public. And so it takes the all caps last name and joins you with it. And it joins the two birth dates. Sorry, the born date and birth date.
I think that the Social Security is silver and the birth certificate is the gold.
The gold and silver, no. What is the Social Security account? It's the bank account. It's a trust. What was created? A trust account. If you create a secured party trust, what do? You take your trust certificate down to your local bank. And what do they give you? A bank account in the name of the trust. It's the same thing. The difference is the government had to find a way to trick the people into becoming liable for the national debt. So they took the birth record, got you to abandon the infant. They in turn created the trust. The name on the card is the name of the trust, the business. Now go read the back of the card. It tells you on the back of the Social Security card, this card, which means everything on it, this card is property of the Social Security Administration and must be returned if upon request. It's the bank account for the trust. That's why I said earlier, the certificate of live birth is a trust certificate. It's also a registered organization, because what is a trust? It is an organization. Under the 14th Amendment, it is a legal person. Does that clarify things?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Going back to like certain people. I mean, each individual's like main goal of this entire process, being different things, and the advisement, the cautionary advisement against the SPC process. How otherwise do you like absolutely affirm that you will not be held as surety for debts? Because to me that's the ultimate, that should be the ultimate goal of this process to begin with, because in Proverbs 22, I think it is, I mean, we're commanded to not be surety for debts. So that's my main priority. And
what have I told you over and over and over? You've heard
Can't
me
live in
say
life
it.
free.
Knowing who you are in relation to it. What have you heard me say over and over? John confirmed it tonight. You're the registered agent. Does the registered agent hold liability for the principal? No.
Their only job is to notify the principal.
That's it. But if you can, but see now, this is where I tell you all the time that you got to read a lot. You need to study the laws of agency.
Let
There
me
are
explain
plenty of
this to him.
books. Archive. What's that government archive site where the Wayback Machine's at? If you go look up archive something, I can't think of it off the top of my head. Go there, do a search for law of agency. There are books you can download. Okay. Once you start learning about what the role of an agent is, how the principles apply, you're going to get to where you will more and more be able to articulate it to where the judge is going to say, yep, he knows what he's talking about. John, go ahead.
Let me ask you this, okay? Do you have a job?
I haven't for the last 5-6 months or so, purposefully.
Okay. Have you ever had a job?
Yes.
Okay. And were there multiple employees at that job?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's say that you're mopping the floor there, okay? And some guy comes into your business and they slip on your mopping thing and they break their arm, and the next day a lawyer comes back and he hands you a paperwork that sues that corporation, okay? Are you going to take that paper and go to court and say, well, I shouldn't have to fight this, or are you going to hand it to your manager and say, deal with this?
I'm going to hand it to the manager.
Okay, that is the proper way to be a registered agent, okay? And so you have to get over this idea that you're responsible for it and realize you need to do the duties of the registered agent, which is to forward it to the principal, okay? At that point, your manager is the principal. Your manager, he probably has a principal, okay? If it's a big corporation like Walmart, it's going to go up the chain where they have people who do this stuff and lawyers who deal with it. You're not going to deal with it on your own. And in essence, when you talk about that and say, well, I don't want to be surety, well, you're not the surety. You got to stop thinking that way. The surety is the United States, and you need to forward it to the surety and say, take care of this.
That's why I told you earlier, the Social Security Administration admits who is the trustees. That's the principles for the trust.
And there's multiple. So in your birth state, because it's your birth certificate, your governor's office is actually the principal. So you send it to them, and guess what they do? They forward it to the United States Treasury themselves.
Recently, I heard about somebody that did that with a ticket and said, and they took the ticket and mailed it to the governor's office and said, hey, someone has served papers on your person. Please settle this matter. That ticket quickly disappeared.
That's all you have to do. That's the job of the registered agent, but nobody wants to do the job properly. Guess what? If I take that to court and start fighting with them, they're going to say, well, you must be the corporation. You showed up. You're now the liable party. So you were never made the surety. You made yourself the surety, and that's the problem. Stop playing the victim.
So for like any case number, at first you were saying forward it to the principals, which are the trustees of the Social Security account, but then you're saying also do it to the governor's office instead?
Either or. Who owns
Okay.
the birth record?
Look it up in your state under your state statutes of the duty of a registered agent. It will tell you exactly what to do, and it's not complicated. It's literally about 5 sentences. That's it.
Okay.
Who owns
What
the
does it
birth
say,
record?
Pastor, in North Carolina?
Who owns the birth record?
I guess the state.
The state. Okay. Vital
Yeah, but the state
records
that I was
in
born in, but I'm in a different state, right?
Then send it to Ohio.
Okay.
Exactly. You'll
owns
never
the
get anything.
record?
Hey, I want to thank everybody for having me on. I do got to get to bed. I got to be up pretty early to get some stuff done.
John,
I appreciate your info.
John, we'll have to talk sometime privately. I'll share some information with you that I'm not going to necessarily share on here.
Absolutely. I'd love to have a conversation. Just hit me up sometime tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow evening will be good because I probably won't wake up till tomorrow evening.
Okay. Well, I can do that. I got to get up and do some work, and then I should be free in the evening, and then I've got a pretty busy week ahead. But yeah, I thank you very much for your time, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Have a blessed night.
You too, sir.
Good night, John.
Good night, guys.
Now, you remember I've shared it over and over. When I did that presentation showing my birth record, I played the phone recording from Vital Records. What did Vital Records say on who owns the birth record? They said the state. So can you send it to the governor's office? Yeah, the governor's the head of the state. If they own it, it's their person.
And I could give them like a case number from a different state, and they would still take care of it, right?
Yeah, because why? Who owns the account? Who owns the record? Who owns the name?
Gotcha.
Have y'all looked on the National Center for Health Statistics?
No, why?
Because it gives a little bit more information on the birth certificate and stuff like that. Like everything, even the Hare's Loom or something like that. The Hare's Loom.
Don't know what you're talking about.
I'm guessing it is like the family little thing, or like when you
Heirs, H-E-I-R-S.
Yes,
Yeah.
the hairs.
Okay. It's heirs.
Hairs.
Like you breathe air. It's pronounced the same way.
Heir to the throne.
Hairs.
No, stop pronouncing the H. The H is silent. It's
Oh
air.
yeah, heirs. Okay, heirs.
Okay. Yes. That's why I was not. That's why I was confused because I'm like Hare's law. I've never heard of a Hare's
No,
law.
I said loom.
Yeah. No. The birth record is owned by the state it was created in. They never give up ownership.
Yeah, just because you drove across country.
Yeah. What was it? When I tell you a little story, this is not in the phone recordings that I played. I wish I'd have got this recorded though. I went down to my county and got the short form, the actual birth certificate that the state never wants to see. And I went to record it in the county I live in. And they almost wouldn't record it till I convinced them it was not the original, it was a copy. I mean, they even picked up the phone and made phone calls. But what the county recorder said was powerful. We can't record another county's property. I said, wait a minute here. Ain't this mine? Well, no, they own the birth certificate. Because why? That's where the event was created. I said, holy crap. So, yes, they constantly will tell you everything if you just listen and ask the right questions. So, if the state owns the record and it is the name of the trust, you can either send it to the trustees or you can send it to the governor or you can send it to both. It don't matter. The question is who is the principals? Now, if you remember, you tried to do the DBA in the state of Texas. They denied it. I bet you 10-1 if you take and do the DBA in the state of Ohio, you'll probably get approved.
It's I'm glad I tuned into the chat when I did. It's I've picked up some good nuggets tonight. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
The only issue with doing a DBA and even the state you were born, if you were in another state, is most of them will require a state address.
No, the point is you're not doing it. You can have your principal office somewhere else. And where's the actual office for the estate?
Shouldn't it be a P.O. box?
No. If the state owns the record, where is the address for the principal office?
So that's
Would it
going to
not
be your
be
state vital statistics or governor.
bingo? So it'll be your vital records office. You're doing business as John Henry Doe, address at Vital Records. You don't put Vital Records, you put the address.
I think I'm getting it.
You're getting it?
Yeah, finally.
I put a link down there if y'all want to look at it.
So, anybody else got any questions or anything they want to ask or say?
Let's see.
I mean, we got 19 people in here. I don't know. People been listening. I don't know if they have questions or thoughts or input.
Well, I just know that like that guy, a couple people like the idea of being the president more so they have like the records forwarded to wherever they might set up their business, like sometimes their house or a post office, and then they have the change of address form from vital records in the hospital to that PO box, and then they get a letter saying they're the president. So why do you think?
I've not seen anything on that, as in getting a letter that they're the president. I know I have heard stuff on the change of address. I think there might be something to it, but I can't attest to that.
Well, there's a difference. Do you want to be the president or do you want to be the registered agent? Because if you want to be the registered agent, keep it at vital records, right?
Yeah, because why? Registered agent doesn't hold liability. If you're the president of the company, don't you answer for the company?
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
If it's an obligation of the United States, why would you not want the United States to settle its obligations to balance your portion of the books?
Because some people don't have a house, they don't have anything, had everything taken away from them, and they don't trust the trustees, and they want to be the president so they can get control over their estate because
that ain't how you get control of it.
I'm just saying why. That's why I'm guessing they're doing that. It's not how I'm doing it or planning to do it. I have no plans. I'm just learning.
But that is also why we say there's 1,000 freaking gurus out there teaching the wrong information. Now, Iona, you've been listening to me for a while. Some of y'all have heard me speak on this stuff for a while. John come in tonight. He sounded like me. I've never met the guy before until tonight. Felicia was talking to me on the phone earlier, and she was telling me about him. I said, have him get in touch with me. So in the middle of the live, he sent me a message on Telegram. Said, I heard you want to speak to me. I didn't know who he was from Adam. I said, who said? He said, Felicia. I said, oh, yes, I'm doing a live. We will have to talk at a later time. He said, send me a link. He come in saying the exact same things I've been saying for over 2 months.
Yeah, but a lot of people say the registered agent. It's just a difference of what people, I guess, want to do, you know. And I know John. I talked to him before. He's nice.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, there's a difference in what people are trying to do, and some people say, yeah, registered agent, and the other people, they want to have more control over. They want to be the executor or the president.
Yep. Well, guess what? The registered agent has the power to communicate to the principal because the beneficiary can communicate to the registered agent. If you are the beneficiary, what rights does the beneficiary have? I talked about that the other day. I just got to get it posted on Rumble. I said, if you truly are the beneficiary of the estate, then what rights does the beneficiary have? The beneficiary has the right to make requests, has the rights to review the books to make sure that the trustees are doing their fiduciary duty. Okay? What are you not doing? You're not communicating. Whether you're the beneficiary or the registered agent, you're not communicating to the principal, so the principal can't do its job for you.
Yeah, but that was like KW's whole thing was trying to figure out who the principal was to get them to show up to the hearing.
Yeah, he did do that. They never showed up. But the
That
problem
was
was, at that time, he never probably saw the link on the Social Security website. I know in all my years of learning from different people, nobody has ever shown that link. And when I started asking the question, who are the trustees? A friend of mine, Daryl, on TikTok, what did he do? He went to Google and he just did a search, SSA trustees. Boom, found it. And I've been sharing that with everybody. And more people are starting to talk about it.
Okay, that brings a question to mind. The principles for the birth certificate are your state's vital statistics, governor, whichever you want to claim. And then the Social Security number, the trustees for that would be Social Security trustees, would it not?
That's the bank account for the trust. They are also the principals. Because you remember, the state is contracted with the federal government through the Cage Code. Who, in my opinion, who's the beneficiary? The state. Why? Who gets the federal funds until you retire and thereafter from the Social Security Administration? The state.
Okay, Pastor. Given that you know my certain circumstances, trying to be holder in due course of the titles to my heirs, but being blocked from accessing their medical information now. If I made my own records to put into the trust to claim superior title,
You got to be able to freaking prove you have firsthand knowledge. And being she didn't put you on the birth certificate, how are you going to prove you have firsthand knowledge?
I was there at all three of them, and my name is on all three certificates.
Okay,
I have all three certificates. I have all three certificates, and I have them authenticated on the state level, at least.
Okay. Then you do have firsthand knowledge. It'd be up to them to prove you don't. But
did she apply for custodianship? Who has the custodianship of that?
Well, she was recently awarded custody of them, but
she was awarded custody of them through the certificate of live birth. The certificate of live birth is the trust, because why? She's contracted with the state. She just doesn't know that.
Yep.
Okay. The state can only give her the certificate of live birth once he gets to where he's competent at this. Then yeah, he could potentially get his kids, and what she's doing is keeping the kids from him.
Yeah, but
she's
process of getting look at the process for applying for custodianship through the. I can't because I have some brain issues. I know I was looking at these forms the other day, not for myself, for someone else. Look at your state and look at custodianship. Put in Google custodianship, Social Security, court, custodianship, all those kinds of forms, and see what forms come up.
Who is that speaking anyway?
Iona.
Okay. Your volume was low. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, but I know that she's not making a claim to them. She realizes that our children are wards of the state, and she is not claiming title to them. She's only the guardian or the custodial parent.
She doesn't feel she has to do anything. Why? She's got them.
Yep.
The biggest reason why you're failing at this is you're throwing things at it, hoping it sticks, instead of learning what you need to learn. And I'm going to get on to you about this every single time we talk, because why? Every single time that you talk, you start asking questions about things you are hearing from other people instead of researching what I've been telling you to research and talk about what you're learning instead of what you're hearing.
I think in the beginning, I was just going over like what I actually did whenever I was making appearances, just so I could get feedback and constructive criticism, which I took.
Yes.
Gratefully.
Well, I know you did, but I'm familiar with a lot of the things you've tried at the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, I did 7-year battle with family court. I tried a lot of that stuff.
I've got
the GSA bonds.
There's so many routes too, you know? It's like which one to,
Well, like I told you, 6 months into it, it takes on average, the average person 3 years to get competent at this stuff. But that also depends on the type of knowledge they have. Shane, with his background, once he starts relating it to the principles that he's been learning at the lodge, everything starts becoming clear a lot quicker. Or am I wrong, Shane?
You're not wrong.
That's why I told you, Shane, I've had some former Masons tell me I know more than I should for not being a Mason.
You know how I feel about it. It added some tools to my toolbox, but ultimately there's bad people everywhere.
Oh yeah, I know.
Pastor, do you know if and the guy that was talking, did you go into the W4 with Ed, who does the helping people get their kids CPS and stuff? I don't know. I just know they have a group with kids.
I've heard they were doing it. I don't do a lot in the W4 group. Do I see it as a possibility? Yes. The problem I have with the W4 groups, it doesn't matter which one it is. It's all about do my process, don't talk about nothing else. And when you start getting like that, I don't care. I mean, is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. Because really what it's all about is taxes. Every one of these court cases, they monetize the case. The question is who's liable for the taxes, you or them?
Right, and they put a performance bond out on you, so you're performing, you're taking care of your affairs and commerce and performing a duty. So they're treating you as an employee. That's why the W4 makes so much sense. But that you would be compensated for your performance.
I mean, yeah, but typically, Iona, those W4s are typically, I'm thinking, they're against the state agency. OO's problem is he's not against a state agency. He's against his significant other, which changes the nature of the game. Now, Yusuf El, years ago, when people asked him about, family court, when he explains on one of the videos, there's a chart, and I have a copy of that chart, and it's a chart dealing with public and private. And one of the things he says is family court is private. Okay. I disagree with him. I think it depends if it's between two people, husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, fiancés. Yes, that could be private. But when it's CPS coming after the family, that's public.
100%
So I think
public.
there's a dual role that court plays. And depending on which type of case it is, will depend on how things go. And yours is more private. That's why I told you, 2 weeks ago, you're trying to do public processes on a private case because your ultimate adversary is her.
And I'm
She's
going to
the
go
one
after. She
that
perjured
started
herself.
everything.
Yep, she is, and she
Is she?
perjured
I don't
herself as
know.
well.
I don't know that. And what you think of as perjury may not be perjury in the eyes of the court. You just got to see.
Yeah,
Because,
trust
for
me, we're going.
example, police are allowed to lie. Wait a minute, that's perjury, ain't it? Not necessarily.
Well, what I know is that there's another group that works with situations like this, and I don't know the name of it because obviously they only let people in who are dealing with this kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I can hook you up with someone that can bring you in there.
Yeah, I'm all ears. I try to do as much research as I can.
You that he went crazy for 3 years, pulling his hair out, trying to learn all this law stuff, and he constantly would break down on the phone.
I'm always
About yeah, he constantly would break down on the phone about how it was just doing his head in, and he learned everything, and then he finally broke down and called a lawyer, and he's just like, I think like this lawyer might be the answer. I don't know, because he just got to the point where he felt like this is like, family court. This is different. I don't really know. I just know that he was suffering a lot, and I don't know if it's always an easy situation, especially for the guy, to get the kids from a woman. For some reason, that might be harder. Maybe I'm making presumptions, but I feel for you, and I can hook you up with my friend. I'm not saying he has his kids or has results, but at least he can tell you, what he's learned. I mean, he seemed to be like, after 3 years of study, he seemed to have gotten nowhere, just going insane, learning everything he possibly could and then he broke down and called a lawyer. So I'm just letting you know, like, it's not easy, and I don't want you to be too hard on yourself,
Look, I actually can say that, yeah, he spent 3 years looking at everything he could. That's the problem. Think about it, Iona. When you're familiar with Anna von Reitz, right? You're familiar with David Straight, right? See, in the legal community,
No, I've never listened to them, but yeah, I know what you're saying. They're looking in all the wrong places.
That's right.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. They're looking in all the wrong places, and so what did he do? Everything he tried to do wasn't working, so what did he do? He gave up and got an attorney. In my 7-year battle, I went through 5 court-appointed attorneys.
See, and I got custody of my daughter and my stepdaughter. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I had an easier go at it than most.
Yeah. See, I had a 7-year battle, and I went through 5 court-appointed attorneys. And was I listening to everybody I could? Not exactly. I've always been one of those. I will listen to someone, research what they say, find out if it's true. I mean, I'm talking about deep research. I would go through every single thing they cited to the best of my ability, everything they said to the best of my ability, find out if they're telling the truth. If I spent 3 years looking at Yusuf El. And what did I do? Never could prove him wrong. And I did that for 3 years before I did the secured party process. Did I believe in it? Yes. Did I jump on it? No. Because why? I knew if I have to defend it, could I? No, not till I learned it. So I wasn't going to do it until I learned it. Okay? And a lot of people out there are not learning it. They're listening to teachers that promise them the world, and then when they try it, it don't work. And what happens? They eventually give up.
I'm the same way, Pastor, and like I don't take just what anybody says as gospel. I do research and verify for myself, and I'm not a quitter. And
Yeah, I know you're not. Verifying what people say requires reading a lot of court cases, studying the codes, finding law reviews, finding government published documents to find out if what they're saying is true. Because the government publishes everything. They don't hide anything. You just got to look for it. Your number one teacher will be case law. These judges tell the truth. They just don't tell you everything at one time.
I've got epic case law, but I'm still not discouraged. I mean, with what's already transpired, I should be in the depths of despair, but my confidence is still not shaken. I know I'm going to win this because I know truth always wins, and this was all based on a lie.
Yeah. So Tim W., I see you're here. I don't know when you came in because I was waiting for you at the beginning. So I know you were asking questions in the other group. So do you have any questions? Well, I guess he doesn't, not right now. I just noticed he was here.
Hey, Pastor, what about the angle about getting your mother to sign over power of attorney as executrix for your own estate, right?
That's what we talked about earlier. I see it as something plausible. I mean, it just goes to simple logic. If the statutes are saying that both products of the birth registration have to both products of conception are to be registered, then it's simple logic, operation of law. What did your parents not do? They never registered you. The hospital registered the placenta, but they didn't register you. The parents didn't. What does the parents do? Create a birth record and then appoint you as the owner and power of attorney over the estate. Now it's up to the state to prove that those two are the same. And can the state prove anything? No, because they don't have firsthand knowledge.
Now, would that angle like come into play or be an impediment, like trying to gain control of the records of my children, since technically you're saying the mother has,
Yeah,
the
you're
higher
fighting.
executives.
You're fighting her. That's what I've been telling you all this time.
Yeah. Before I was asking about my own certificate,
Yes,
getting with my mom and signing her
but when
her
it
her
yeah,
signing.
but when it comes to your children,
Yes, sir.
that's she is going to be the biggest problem.
As she always has been. But I'm gonna win. I know I am. Eventually.
Pastor, when you talk about having the parent register it so that you're now registered, couldn't that be just done in the private realm? And because if you then put it back into the registry, like with the state, you're putting
Where do
it
you
back there.
no? Where do you record property?
Depends
Land
on what
records.
type.
No, where do you record your mortgage? Where do you record your property?
That's with the Superior Court where we're at.
Okay,
County
that's who
Register
recorder.
of
holds.
Deeds.
That's who in North Carolina is called the Register of Deeds. In some states, it's called the County Recorder's Office. In other states, it's probably called the Land Records Office. Okay, it's where is the mortgage? If you want to know which office records the mortgage, that's the same office that you would do the birth record at the county. Okay, all you're doing is giving notice to the government this is your property. That's what it's there for.
So I could still make a superior claim without.
Potentially, I'm not going to tell you yes or no. I'm telling you it's potentially. Because why? Her.
Yeah, she's contracted with the state. She realizes, she acquiesces that she does not hold superior title to them. She's only custodian.
How does she acquiesce to that?
Because she contracted with the state and she.
No. How did she acquiesce to that? Did you get her to testify and say that?
She realizes, she has admitted that she realizes that our children are wards of the state. Yes.
That right there is already shooting you in the foot. Why? The state's going to agree, and in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, a fact is proven. So guess what? She admits it on the record that they're a ward of the state. The state comes along and says, yep, we agree with her. Guess what? You've shot yourself in the foot.
Until I make a superior claim of, I've got the superior titles and my name is on the instruments, and nobody
The
else.
certificate of live birth is not the superior title.
It's the birth certificate, right?
No.
No.
Those are all hearsay. They're state instruments.
It's the records that I create myself, then.
Possibly.
Not really. I mean, they have my DNA running through their veins. Nobody, not even their mother, has a higher claim to them than I do.
Really? Who says?
I do.
You got to prove that fact. He who makes the claim has the burden of proof.
I made those.
I cannot tell you that, yes, this is 100% going to fix your problem. Because why? You are the one that's got to be able to do it and address it in court. And as I've told you, I don't think you're ready.
I'm trying to study to show myself approved, but
I know you are.
I honestly hope like shit hits the fan soon, like, because then like all of this is going to be moot because I just go and get them.
Why don't you make a claim that isn't saying that you have the superior claim, but why don't you make a claim in small claims court? Oh, this is just random. I don't know that much, but that they were kidnapped and that you're being, that you don't have rights over custody, and you can prove that you don't have any rights because you never get to see them. So that's proof. That's documentation. You're not saying I have the higher claim.
You can't charge her with
You
kidnapping.
can't charge her with
because
kidnapping.
Yeah.
Because she has custodianship. That's why I asked if she actually filled that out. She has custodianship and probate.
No, you cannot charge a biological parent with kidnapping, period.
Well, his rights are being taken. He has no rights of visitation, so he needs to,
Yeah, because he
Yeah,
hasn't
but that's the wrong way.
established. He hasn't established that fact yet. He hasn't established things.
I can't establish multiple other violations as regarding to rules of evidence and procedure and all like denial of facts and concealment and yeah, I've got irrefutable evidence of those kind of violations.
One thing you need to do is go read the rules of evidence